Hello everyone, I'm Tim from Tim's PC and I build custom PCs to suit anyone's needs or budget. I also live stream all my builds and repairs for transparency and educational purposes. So if you would like to get an awesome new PC and you'd like to see it get put together live, send me a message today. Alright, I just realised my microphone is right here.
So they didn't hear any of it?
Oh, they probably heard it, but it was probably a little bit quiet. Alright, it should be, refresh the page, it should be there now. Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Well, today we're going to be building Don's PC. He has been hanging out for this thing for months, and it's all because of the 5900X CPU. So, I think, when did you pay for it, Don?
15th of November last year.
15th of November. Just got it last week. So, yeah, I think a few people have hung out for a fair while for a computer. Months for a computer. Even at the height of COVID, when all that was going on, I think people were having 3-4 week wait times, and that was just considered crazy. But yeah, 5 months is a long time to be waiting. So let's go over the components. Obviously, we've got a 5900X here. We've got the Asus TUF X570 Plus Wi-Fi board. So this is good, decent value Wi-Fi equipped X570. You want to see? Oh, we'll go through the board in a little bit more depth when we unbox it. I just realised our card's around the back, but this should be the big reveal. We have an iGame Vulcan RTX 3080. So this card was reviewed by Linus Tech Tips, and there was like, this graphics card came with gloves, would you believe? White gloves. I'm not sure if all of them come with the white gloves or whether this was just like some sort of Linus Tech Tips special edition for this card, but I'm excited to unbox this and see what's actually included in the pack. But as always, it's like the last component that we use, so I'll put it down here out of. For our storage, we've got a Samsung 870 EVO 2TB SSD here. Really good value on these guys at the moment, so you can pick these up for like 240 bucks or so. Really good value for a 2TB SSD. Really makes, when you can get them that cheap, it really makes you think, do I really want to install another hard drive in my computer, or do I just want to get an SSD? So we had a couple of Nick, oh, and we've got Don. Cool. Hey guys, how you going? Good to have you with us, Nick.
Good, thanks.
So we've got a WD Black here for our boot drive. So this is a 500GB one, as it says here, up to 3.4 gigabytes a second read and writes. Yep. Put that over here. And so for our memory, we've got 32 gigabytes of Trident Z RGB. This particular memory is 3600 megahertz, CAS latency 17. So it's not the ultra fast 3600 memory that they've got, which you can get CAS latency 16, 36. Not the slow one either, which is the CL18 or the CL20. They're significantly lower, sorry, higher latency, I should say. So pretty good sort of like mix of performance and value there going with the 17, and I doubt most users would notice the difference. For our power supply here, we've got plus bronze power supply. So this one, is this a modular power supply? Yep, fully modular power supply here. So that always makes it easier when we're connecting our cables and stuff, which is going to come in handy because for our case here we've got a Cougar, what one is this? The Dark Bladed G. And as you can see here, there's no stuffing around with cable management. You have glass panels on both sides, just like the Johnsbow Mod 3 So we need to make sure that our cabling looks pretty nice around the back there. So that adds a little bit to the build, but you know, not a big deal really, because if we just sort of take a little bit of extra time while we're routing things, we can make sure that everything's nice and neat. But it looks like, despite that, there is a heap of room for cable management there. I'm seeing what looks or so of depth at the back there, so that's pretty good. I mean, if you can't make it work with that much space, I don't know what would save you. Maybe a Leon Lee Dynamic 11. There's plenty of room there.
GPU.
Yes, it does have a built-in GPU support bracket, which is good. I think this card even comes with one as well, so we can go with either. I mean, the good thing about that case one is it's bolted directly into the case, won't move around. Once that's in place, it's a bolt at the back of the case to loosen it. So, yeah. And I mean, it also depends, once it's all in the case, stock one gonna suit it better, or is the other one, which is probably a little bit, has a little bit more bling on it, might look better. So we can cross that bridge when we come to it. And for our cooling here, so we've got a Thermaltake TH360 all-in-one liquid cooler. We're going to mount this at the front of the case in push-pull configuration there. So we're going to be drawing a heap of cool air in from the front of the case over this radiator. And that'll keep our 5900X nice and cool. So the only thing we don't have that I know Don's going to install is he's going to get a few more fans, 3 more to go along the top. I think, can you fit? No, you can't fit 3. You can't fit 3 140s, but you can fit 3 120s up the top there rather. So that'll be good. So we'll have cool air being drawn in the front, and then all of the heat will be down, so hopefully a bit of that RGB around there will be visible through the bottom of the case, giving it a bit of an underglow effect. So should be good. So someone bought this up the other night about these thermal bands. So I always have this on, but it's usually below the desk, and it's something I don't usually think about, because I just strap this band on to this power supply here, which is plugged in to a cable, and when I'm plugged onto that power supply, just like that, oh, actually clip it down. So when it's mounted to the power supply like that, I'm grounded through the AC in the wall. So I'm actually grounded through the actual power point in the wall this way, because I'm sitting here on carpet, so I have kind of an increased risk of a static discharge, even though a static discharge is a relatively rare thing to occur. And there's also the fact that even if you're working on a computer and you do have a static discharge, it has to hit some component that is sensitive enough to the voltage of the static discharge. If it just hits, if it's a really low voltage static discharge and it hits some other component that runs at a higher voltage than what gets. Okay, little bit of current, not enough, but a little bit's not going to hurt. Whereas if you hit something that's sensitive, it's all it takes is just a little bit of a static shock, and you've fried that component. So the thing is, you don't know where and when you're going to get a static discharge. That's the risk. If we could control where it was going to hit on the motherboard, we could just be like, oh yeah, I'll send my static electricity over there to that capacitor. Yeah, we can't do that. So anyway, let's get started. Let's unbox this motherboard and see what we get in the pack. So we get one of these ASUS Wi-Fi antennas. So ASUS makes some really good quality stuff, but this is not one of their good quality things. I'll show you what I mean, Don. This is their all-plastic, non-magnetic Wi-Fi antenna that you have to pre-assemble yourself.
Okay.
So you get these two things here, and they don't actually fit through the plastic there. You've got to.
So it sounds like someone didn't measure it before they made it.
Yeah, it's like just like too tight, and then you got to put a bit of pressure on them to get it through. And then once it's assembled, it's okay, but then it falls over really easily because it doesn't have any magnetic on it.
Something a bit of double-sided tape will fix.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I guess the only downside of that is that you can't move it around. So there we go. So that's it there, but it'll be really nice if. So come on, Asus, make just how much extra would that cost you? Like, yeah, not much.
I'm just going to get an old fridge magnet. I'm going to cut it to shape. And then
Perfect.
glue it.
Yep.
Underneath it so that it'll stick.
Yep. Perfect. And I mean, you've got the surface there to do that.
Yep.
That's it's like they've done all of the pre-steps that they would have needed to put a magnet on there, but they just haven't put the magnet on there. Anyway, corporations, I know what they're like. It's economies of scale. We can save 2 cents or 0.2 of a cent on this. So that means we save $1 million. Yeah, Christine loves the Pokemon plushies. She buys them all the time. Alrighty, so let's have a look around this X570 motherboard. So starting at the top here, we got 12 pins of CPU power there, which is good. So this X570 board will support all the overclocking features. Our VRM MOSFET and all of our co-processors. So it's always very important that on these high-end boards that have good power delivery, that they have really good, robust cooling solutions on the VRM and MOSFETs, because these get really, really hot, right? Like, if this is drawing a lot of power through here, all this stuff around the CPU here is going to get really, really hot. So that's why when you see high-end motherboards, you'll always see really, really good cooling around here, whereas on the cheaper ones, you'll just see all this stuff exposed. And so obviously we've got an AM4 socket here with standard AMD mounting brackets, which, I'm not sure if this Thermaltake one takes the standards. Anyway, up the top here we've got 2 CPU fan headers. They're both coloured black on this board, but one will be labelled CPU. It'll be this one here, and this will be the CPU optional. Then up the top here we have a 12 volt RGB header, and then around the side here we have we have our 24 pin ATX power. Got USB 3 up here, which is something that I like. I don't like it being down the bottom. It's really hard to plug that cable in neatly. Whereas here we can probably disguise it with the main motherboard power. We've got dual channel memory here, so channel 1, channel 2. We've got a total of 8 SATA ports on this motherboard, so go nuts. Get 8 120 gigabyte SATA hard drives in RAID 0.
Is that an M.2 heat shield?
Yes.
I didn't realise that first.
Yeah, so that there's 2 M.2 slots on this board. Generally this one that has the heat shield on it will be the main one. So they're normally all PCIe X4. But there's a chance that this one, because this one doesn't have a heat shield, this one might be clocked at X2, so that would mean your SSD would run like half as fast. So anyway, sometimes they put a little sticker on it saying this slot has limited functionality. See your owner's manual for more information. And if you've seen that, that's what it's in reference to. Header, you've got a clear CMOS header, those two there. So if we've got a reset button on the case, you don't have to plug the reset button onto the reset pins. You could plug the reset pins onto the clear CMOS header, and then your reset button is a clear CMOS button. And so these are our front panel connections down here. So we've got these 4 pins on the what would be your far right. There's another 2 pins below it. That's for a another configuration of speaker. And then we've got a spare pin, which is this one in the middle with nothing above it. And then we've got these 4 here, which are our power LED, HD LED, power switch and reset switch. We've got another fan header here, so that's only bringing the total to 3. We've got 2 USB 2s. We have another fan header. We have the COM debug pins. We have COM port pins, and obviously down at the bottom corner here we have our front panel audio and these associated systems around here, all to do with our audio system. And that is why we always find the audio down this part of the motherboard here. We have our gigabit Ethernet and 2 USB type 3.2s, I'd say. They would either be 3.2s specifically, or they are the powered USB ports. We have a USB Wi-Fi, sorry, not a USB. We have a, it's actually, I'll show you what this thing actually looks like. So it's actually, and they have a little special vertical M2 slot that's under this heat shield that plugs into. So this is what they've worked out is like the cost-effective way of like adding Wi-Fi onto motherboards. All this, but it'll be just this little unit like this on with the brackets.
You got a message from Rob Stevens?
Yeah.
Hey Tim, not sure if you remember, my PC was the one with the faulty motherboard. Anyway, sent it back to vendor, who sent it back to Gigabyte, who fixed it again, but the vendor knows I don't want. You got a Gigabyte Aurorus Master B550.
Ah, nice.
That's
that was a pretty good resolution, I guess. Well, can't remember what board did you have before? Anyway, so I got sidetracked there. It's showing you about the Wi-Fi, and we've got 2 display output ports here. They won't be in use in this build because of the 5900X rather. So I'll just chuck a couple of little plugs in there. And we've got 4 USB 3.2s, including a USB type C down there, bringing it to 5, and we've got a PS2 header there. We've got,
why do they have that stick?
some people say the difference between how PS2 and USB is handled by the CPU. Without making everyone's eyes glaze over and stuff, it's two different commands. The PS2 port sends in an interrupt, which doesn't matter what the CPU is doing, it'll be interrupted and told the input coming from that PS2. USB kind of works like this. It just constantly sends out a signal going way out, way out, way out, way out, way out, way out. And that's how it's getting the responses. So it's saying to the keyboard, what key, what key, what key? And then as soon as you've pressed a key, that response will be sent down to the CPU. Whereas, yeah.
It says it was the same board.
The same board, yeah, sweet. Oh well, what have we got here? That's, yeah. without getting too sidetracked here, we have our trusted platform module header there. Won't be in use for this build, of course. We've got fan header number 5 and 6. The second one here, we have our PCIe X16 slot here, so this is the one we plug our graphics card into. We've got this one here, but it's an X4 slot, so this is ideal for your what else? We'll plug into that. Your PCIe SSD will plug into that, and then you've got 2 X1 slots here as well. You've got this little battery here for the CMOS, so this is what makes the motherboard remember the settings that you key into it. And finally down here you have a chipset fan, because this is an X570 board, and the chipset on X570s get really hot to the point where the standard design includes active cooling. So you'll see that. And just because you might have something that's not an X570 and you might go, oh, but I want the fan on it, you don't worry about it. The engineers have worked out what it needs and what it doesn't need. Okay, it's thinking you want a fan on your chipset like this, if you don't need it with the X570 or something like that, that's like, you know, that's like putting a scoop on the top of your car when, you know, it's not needed. Put the scoop on the top of your car and then your air intake. It's a thing that people do. And that's kind of a little bit of a metaphor for the equivalent there. Alrighty, so we do have an IO shield to install. It's a nice IO shield. It has Asus Tough Gaming branding on it, so that will look quite nice. And so, I think we'll start with this CPU that took so long to get here and was such a pain in the ass. No, I do not have a knife. I don't have a knife. But I have some very sharp tweezers. Yeah, these tweezers are so sharp that I've impaled myself multiple times from not having them covered up, so I always stick them in something rubber. Alrighty, here it is. Ryzen 5900x. It's harder to come by than pretty much anything. Earlier, wanting to know how much for a pair of 5900Xs. I had a feeling, based on the way that he asked me, that he had it in his head that if I buy 2, I'll get them cheaper. Oh, jeez, yeah. I mean, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to be able to sell you. You know, I wish that when I bought them, that I would save heaps of money. Customers, because I got no motivation to like scalp IT products and stuff like that. That's why I'm hesitant to sell anyone just a graphics card or something like that at the moment. Even if I just mark it up, but it makes me feel like a scalper. So I don't want to be a scalper. I don't want to be known for that. I don't want to be known as a guy, oh, you can get graphics cards from him, but you know they're really expensive because he goes and buys them. Want to make money other ways. So got our AMD CPU in the socket, no bent pins or anything like that, so that was always nice. Didn't have to do a bit of a repair mid-build.
It turned up wrapped in plastic,
yep,
like a garbage bag, with
yep,
no bubble wrap, no nothing.
Get them out. We're so sick of hearing people call us up about it. Probably. Oh, yeah. Well, like, I mean, I say to people, I'm like, you know, there are people with, you know, 3080s listed for, you know, $1,700. I said, you know, be very wary going and buying one of them, because I get the feeling that there's tens of millions of dollars worth of 3080s being paid for all around the place, and there are businesses just sitting there going, "Ha, this person's paid with their credit card, and I've got it in a bank account earning high interest," or whatever they're doing with it, short term. Yeah, you know. So it's a great scam if you don't have any morals. Just taking advantage of people's hopes that they can get something at the old price when it's like,
give you money for like 5 months.
Yeah. Yep. And that's what I've said to a few people. I'm like, look, you know, you can go ahead and buy that card, but if you had ordered it like last year maybe, then they would have some sort of like obligation to honour that price because it was from there. But if you just placed the order last week, they don't care. They don't care. They got no obligation to do anything special for you. You're the one who wants it. So, well, in where was it? In Texas, they had a situation with the with that big snowstorm that they had recently, and what happened was the electricity demand skyrocketed and there was some damaged electricity lines. So the demand for power exceeded the supply, and some people were charged like $3,000 for just over a week's worth of electricity and stuff like that. And they justify it as going, well, this is the market. The market deals with itself. If something's short supply, then things will go up in price to cover it. And that's just how it works, essentially. And especially for, like, we're lucky in Australia, you're never going to see, well, I like to think that you'll never see it be like that in Australia, because they regulate things like electricity to stop out of control price increases and whatnot. But
Rob says it's not scary.
Yeah. But you know, but on the flip side of that as well is that scalpers are only listing them at prices that they know people will pay. So it's a chicken and egg one there, which is the problem. Is it the scalper, or I mean, you could make the argument that you know, that it's really just the market. And unfortunately, while it is the way that it is, it's not really too much that anyone can do about it. I mean, I've said to people, I mean, like, if you performance at, you know, 1080p and stuff like that, get yourself a 6700 XT. They're quite good for what they are and for the price. And with 3060s going up to like $1,200, which is what I've started to see now as well.
I was going to say, I got offered $3,000 for my card just the other day.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's what they're going for now. And like, I had like six or seven people message me yesterday like that, and I'm like, yeah, I got 3080, man, but you don't want to pay like what it's worth right now. And they're like, oh, well, it's worth it, the MSRP is this, and it's like, no, the MSRP is just a number that Nvidia made up to bolster their sales. It's not really, it's not anything tangible that matters, because at the end of the day, supply and demand, you're going to end up with a situation where the price skyrockets just because people will pay that money for it. I'm seeing it as, but the big thing is just the Ethereum mining.
Yeah,
that's absolutely destroyed it. That's destroyed the second-hand market, and that's the important thing. Like, it's all, I build mainly new PCs, second-hand PCs, as there are buying new PCs. And the thing is, with that second-hand market, you can't just get new second-hand stock in. the second-hand stock's got to be out there and people trying to sell it for you to be able to buy it. And if no one can buy new stock, how is there going to be any old stock? Because none of those people with the potential used cards to go on the market, they can't afford to upgrade to the new ones. And there's a flow-on effect. So, and then you got the miners buying any card they can that they can, and it's just screwed everyone. I mean, there are PC businesses that have like basically just gone broke because they sold all. Can't get any budget cards, and there's just nothing else that they can do. And you know, I'd like to say that it's going to get better, but I don't really have any basis to say that it's going to get better or worse.
I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon.
Nah. People I'm friends with, others in the industry, are sort of saying, I don't think anything until next year. Not until at least another sort of 6 to 8 months time at a minimum. So it's a bit unfortunate, but hey, it just means that for a period it's just going to be harder to source things, and you're going to be really onto it. Like, probably more onto it than what you can realistically be. It's easy for someone in my position to be constantly on the lookout for the cheapest components and whatnot. But at the end of the day, everyone else has other jobs and other commitments that in the day they don't have time to be constantly on every website that sells computer components looking for the cheapest price.
Yeah, actually.
And see, no one has time for that in general, but if you want to score stuff at a cheap price and you want to just actually score the components in the first place, you're going to have to be quick.
Paul Boyle says that he's noticed this prices are still skyrocketing. He bought a 3070 5 6 weeks ago. Same supplier today, it's $300 more for the exact same card.
Yep. Yeah, and it's the same for 3060A.
Yep, 3060s. Nick Cohen got a 3060 Ti at $900.
Yep.
Now they're $1,300.
Yep. Actually, then 1300 is an increase that we've seen. So sweet. All 4 DIMMs of the G-Skill Trident C. It's really, I love this RAM. I really do. It's so good looking, and it looks great with the whole set in there. So really good RGB options on it as well. And
I love my RGB.
Yeah. What's weird is that the clips on the end of these DIMM slots, there's like 2 different colors, but they're also 2 slightly different sizes. So when I was pressing down, I'm like, that one doesn't feel like it's in, but it's just a slightly bigger clip than the 2 that are next to it. So that was a little bit weird. Anyway, you get that.
I just hope the video card doesn't hit the RAM.
No, your video card will be fine. And we're not top mounting the radiator, so that should be fine as well. Anyway, I think there's plenty of room up there anyway. So as well,
Appreciate that.
because you'll probably at some stage install a second one.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. So, alright, so we've got all of those main components on the board. We've got this other SSD, but that's more of a case thing, so we'll leave that over there. We get these peripherals out of the way, and we can start on this cooler. So some people don't like thermal take, but I actually quite like their RGB.
thought it came already assembled.
Oh no, never. You've got all these bits and pieces. Let's just get that out of the way there.
Nick Fallon says he hasn't even seen the 3060 Ti on the market since he bought these.
No, see, 3060 Ti's are really great mining cards. Really good. People probably heard me say a little bit on this channel about the fact that 3070 and 3060 Ti are essentially the same graphics card. They're the same GPU. It's just the only difference is the 3060 Ti ones weren't quite as good to be called 3070s, so they just clocked them slightly differently, and they're calling them a 3060 Ti instead. So don't get confused between that and the 3060, which is what's called a GA106, whereas the 3070 and 3060 Ti is called the GA104. So that's the name of the actual little chip on the graphics card, also known as a GPU. So graphics card and GPU, two different things. A lot of people sort of use them interchangeably, and while that's fine, like technically, yeah, the GPU is the same as the CPU on the motherboard. It's on the board of the graphics card, and that's where all the magic happens essentially. So, this will be front mounted like that. I'll have the cables going to the back of the case. So, they're all the right way, aren't they? Yep. That will work nicely. And so we're going to be doing this in a push-pull configuration, but we only do some of the fans now. We do the other fans when we actually mount it to the case, because we need to put these long bolts through on the back and not use the standard short bolts that are in this pack. So this bag I'm opening now is the generic bolts kit. These are our LGA 2011. I'm going to chuck them away. I got like 10 packets of them, and I'm never going to use them. So from now on, when I get them, I just chuck them straight. Hardly anyone's using that anymore. So for this, we use this mounting bracket here. So we need to change the mounting bracket on the pump. Here's our back plate, and we have this little insulating sticker here, so we can pop the center out of that.
What's that do?
So that sits on this metal back plate just to stop metal making contact with the back of the board there. So
the radio come with thermal paste?
yeah, it comes with thermal paste. Give you a little kit. I mean, this is they usually give you about 2 applications in these little tubes. And while you can get high performance thermal paste, and you've seen me use not the highest performance thermal paste, but a higher performance, it's not necessary, and the difference is measured in single degrees. It's not like oh, you're going to use this expensive thermal paste, now your CPU is going to run 10 degrees cooler or anything like that. It's not that big of a gain, unfortunately. I wish it was, but you also don't need absolute shitloads of it, because, I mean, at the end of the day, the only one who wants you to use shitloads of it is the actual manufacturer of the thermal paste. Buy as much of it as possible. I've seen a sneaky clip of Steve from Gamers Nexus chatting with Linus, and they were paying him out about how much thermal paste he uses in his builds, and he goes, "Oh, nah, it's not like I'm sponsored by anyone or anything." He just sort of says as a smart ass off the hand comment to Lions. Just FYI. Not trying to talk shit about Steve. It's just it's a clip that's up on YouTube. You can go and watch it for yourself. So I just thought it was hilarious. Seen him do a video where he shows exactly the right amount to use as well. So I guess it's like, if you're the sort of person who just wants to learn from just seeing any random video clip, maybe you get that wrong. But if you've seen him actually talk about it, he has a oh, what do you call it? It's like essentially like a big work mat that you would use to build your PCs and stuff on. It's like a rubber insulated mat. Anyway, it's got all these circuit diagrams of motherboards and power cables and application patterns for different CPUs and stuff like that, as per the manufacturer's specifications and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, if you want one of them, I think it's called a mod mat is the actual name of what they're called. But if you actually want it, it's it hasn't been available for quite a while, so don't know when that's coming back into stock. It's very popular as soon as it was released. So the reason why I like Thermaltake RGB is because they have these little proprietary clip-on pieces, and with these clip-on pieces together, and you can just put them into a big pile, zip tie them, put them away, and you don't have to worry about those clips unclipping. One of the most common support calls that I get from a customer is RGB related, and it's when they've moved the case, or just from like low level vibrations from the fans and stuff over time, one of the connections just come loose and then half of their fans go out, and they think, oh I've got a bad fan or something like that, when really it's just one of those cables has come loose. And then it's like, okay, so now you got to open up the back of your case. Now you got to pull out all these really fine little wires. You're going to make sure, you got to look for all the little connections and just make sure. But if you get the slightly more expensive Thermaltake ones, they have these clips, and they're kind of hard to unclip once you clip them in place. So it makes it a lot easier for them to stay together over time. They also have these like rubbery cable sleeves on the outside of the cables, and they are really good for stuffing into the side cracks around there, just to give you easy cable management without any cable ties. So I could get a whole heap of Thermaltake fans, and I can usually just sort of bunch them up and stuff them into the corners of the case without any zip ties or anything. And then if there is a problem with a fan, it's just pull these cables out, unplug it, put them back, no cable ties or anything required. That's probably me. Group chat, let me see, I'm not missing out on anything, am I?
I think Rob was saying earlier that if you budget for a 3080.
No, 3070s have gone up to between $1,700 and $1,900. So if you were thinking about a 3070 over a 3060 and going, oh, but 1300's a lot, well, it's now $500 more than that.
Crazy.
So yeah, hate to say it, but yeah, that's the world we're in at the moment. So we'll just slide off this Intel plate and put this AMD plate down.
I don't know why they bother putting Intel in anything.
Well, I know that's it, eh?
Feel sorry for Intel at the moment.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Like, I mean, they've had a few shit years, but they've got a new CEO now. He's like a veteran. He works for silicon companies and stuff. So he's I don't remember his name, but he's like basically he's an engineer's kind of engineer. That's what he does. So people know him as like a guy solves engineering problems, working in research and development teams and stuff. So they've got him. He's come back out of retirement and he's heading up Intel. And there's this whole heap of people being fired, heap of new people have been appointed, and all that. And apparently, big things are happening. But they've said that a lot. But I mean, and now at least it's coming from different people. So let's hope that they're not just all bullshitting, because the trust with consumers is breaking down. So if they bullshit too much longer without coming through with some actual product, then that's going to piss consumers off more, make them more distrusting of their brand and all that kind of thing. So that will be negative for them. About their new Alder Lake CPUs that are coming out towards the end of the year. They're saying that they're going to be DDR5 compatible and also PCIe Gen 5 compatible. So they're hoping to get those new technologies onto their platform before AMD does, and they are talking up 20% single core performance gains from where they're at the moment with their new Sunny Cove name. What's that?
I think it was Snowflake. Maybe I got that wrong.
Sure, it was Sunny Cove architecture, and that is the new core architecture in their new 12th gen CPUs. So who knows? I'm not from Intel. I'm just parroting what I read. Okay, just FYI. So, yeah.
Alder Lake.
Alder Lake is the code name. Architecture. There's so many different coves and lakes and all that kind of thing. Okay, so we'll need to remove our standard AMD mounting brackets. It would be nice with the new generation cooler mounting solution and come up with like a generic system that, you know, it's either one or the other, because that's the only thing that's like about when you do an AMD build and you're doing a cooler, is that you're going to have to remove this back plate, and then you've got this thing that you've paid for, which add a little bit of, now you don't need it, and then you've paid for this other thing again to replace it. So, you know, if you work out how much money you've kind of, you go, oh yeah, I've saved money by going with AMD, which is not something that you can do anymore. Not with their new generation. I'd much rather have a better quality product than a cheap product.
Mm-hmm.
So.
One man pays twice.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. I try and explain that concept to people who ask me for quotes sometimes, and like, you know, they're like, oh, I want the cheapest computer you can build me for blah 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 blah, and it's like, Yeah, but
the problem with the computer industry though is it moves so fast. Like I've got a 5 series board here.
yep,
Board,
yep,
18 months from now, I'll be, oh no, what'd you get that old board for?
yep. These included grommets are a bit shit, I think. Very, very hard for me instead. So I'm going to turn it upside down. Here's a trick for you. The little things aren't staying on. Very delicate. See, when these little grommets are like the right size, they're kind of hard, like this. This one here's good.
Yeah.
It's hard to force that down, and then that holds it in place, whereas these other ones are really, really loose. So oh, this one's good. There we go. 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Don't tell me. Oh, here it is. Okay, so stick these bolts through. Oh, already got one. There we go. Now that we've got it sitting down like that, it's pretty safe. Now we can put the feet on. So the feet, they're not really there. I mean, they're kind of there to insulate and stuff, but they're mainly there to stop you from over tightening the actual block. And so this will be on the front of our case. And we'll get this case. What?
We don't forget that plastic off.
Don't take that off.
Seeing one is forget that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's easy. It's something that you can forget, but the thing is, you should realise that you've forgotten it.
Uh-oh, other guys watching is someone who I built a computer for.
Okay, that'll split out nicely. Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they put a bit of force and stop you from screwing it down too tight. You've just got to watch, like with this one here, it was starting to get bent, and that would allow you to over tighten it slightly. So there's like, just because what you want is you want really nice even like even clamping force on all 4 of the bolts. Then it across the lid of the CPU as possible. So sometimes if it's lopsidedly tightened, it might not perform as well.
Have you seen the people that get sandpaper?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just sit there.
File it down. Yep.
Crazy.
It's not. It's one of those things that might get you a degree, sort of thing, and it's like a degree's not really a big deal for most people, I would suggest. So. Alright, so we've got our board prepped with our cooler. We can now move on to this case. So, this looks like a Leon Lee kind of design here. So we remove the top panel and then we slide off these. Yeah, one standard black fan at the back. So we're gonna have to make sure that we take care of all of our cables in this. So what have we got coming out here? Oh, is this? How does that work? No, that would be me. What am I missing here? This should come out, but I have no idea. That doesn't feel like the right force. Ah, push it in. Okay.
What's it hinged?
Right. Yeah, so it's hinged. I knew it came out, I was just like, So a bit of cable concealment room up here. Controller up here as well. Yes, so it looks like there's an RGB, and so that will be this reset button here is not actually a reset button, it's a RGB button, but you don't have to use it as such.
Enjoy definitely an RGB show.
So what you can do, we can hook these thermal take ones up, and we can just put them onto this, right? And we'll connect this one to the motherboard, to the 5-volt header around here, and then you can get 3 more RGB fans and just put them at the top there, and then you.
Find some.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean you've got the generic 5-volt pins there, so you can buy pretty much whatever fans you want except Corsair. The Thermaltake ones will have a conversion cable that'll bring you back to 3-pin like that.
Yep.
And so this is the one that we've put to the motherboard for the addressable lights. And this is the power just for the controller. And then, another one there.
It's the first case I've ever bought that had an RGB controller built in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they are routed from... Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of like that.
This case had good reviews.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, I like how these cables here are all... It's just a bit annoying because there's... Oh, I'm going to pull this out for now so I can keep all this stuff together. There's all of our front panels. So we've got a Cougar bag. What do they give you in here? Any stickers? No. Got and our mounting hardware. Alright. What's that? Oh, yeah, that's just the test bench. It's obviously on sleep mode, I think. I think that's what that would be. Here is our 850 watt modular power supply.
Find the modular ones a lot easier to work with.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I can say against modular power supplies is just in terms of people who are like new to PCs, you want to make sure you definitely use the right brand cables for the right brand power supply, because on one end, like the end that goes into your motherboard, or but it might not be going into those pins. Those cables might not be connected to the right outputs on your power supply there. So it can be a very, very expensive lesson to learn if you plug your graphics card in. Like, I mean, picture this, right? Someone's got a modular power supply and they get themselves a 3080 like yours, and it's got the three 8-pin power connectors. They've only got one cable with two connectors on it, and then they go and find another random cable and they bring it home and they plug it in, and then as soon as they turn it on, smoke starts coming off the graphics card, and they'll realise pretty quickly that something's not right. That's a very expensive lesson to learn. Okay. That's strange. It only gives us a single CPU. That's a shame. Oh well. I don't think Don's doing any like hardcore overclocking.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
As long as I keep it away from my 14-year-old son, Zach.
Yep, nah, you'll be right. I mean,
just to explain that Mrs. Tim isn't here right now.
yep. Yes. She's been called into work. Her boss tried calling her just before I dropped her off. And she's like, "Oh no, I'm late." No, her boss wanted her to start later and finish later. So she came in anyway, and so she's just going to start earlier and still finish later. So sounds good. Beggars can't be choosers. So get a couple more hours.
Got money in the bank. Tax man will love it.
Yep. Okay, so This will be all the cables that we'll leave these for here free. These are just for the SATA or Molex cables. You're probably not going to need any of them, I don't think. But you do get a nice little carry bag for stuff from today. So there you go. You've won the major prize.
Like it was meant to be there.
Yep.
Should have come with screws.
Oh, it should have. I think that they might be in that bag I gave you. Should be in probably in the power cord bag. But I'll be right. Man, that's annoying, guys. What is going on? Seriously.
That's not on this string.
No. No, this is the group chat.
I'm not part of the fancy lady. This one is.
Oh god. Let me just silence this for a while because this is gonna go on.
Oh, more zip ties.
For 8 hours, please. Yeah, yep, cheers. Thanks, mate. Yeah, so what was going on there is other PC business owners like myself discussing crypto mining. Opinions about
getting into crypto.
Yeah?
A friend of mine put 20 grand into it last year. He's at 106 grand now.
Oh wow.
He did it in not quite 12 months. May last year he did it.
Yep.
He got that you take his chunk of your super out.
Yep.
He did that twice, and that's how he got his 20 grand.
Yep.
And yeah, he bought a bunch of stuff. It's worked out for him.
Yeah, sweet.
Meanwhile, I'm out slugging it all night. Is what it is.
Yep. Alrighty, so that power supply is installed.
So now we can turn it on.
Yeah. Okay, what have we got here? Actually, let's leave that there for now. Alright, let's wire down.
No, door fell off.
Door fell off. Let's just get rid of that now.
There's some screws in there too. So now I'm cooking them out.
Alright. So it looks like, yeah, they've got plenty of room, so we'll be able to, won't be any issues front mounting it.
second.
No, it'll fit.
Yeah, I tried with getting the 240s.
Yep.
But then I figured a bigger radiator would take longer to heat up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot these are magnetic. Freaking dust covers.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, top and underneath, I think. No.
And I haven't put the IO shield in. Gotta do that. Tie down the motherboard and there's no IO shield.
There's a knack to putting those shields on. You gotta be firm with them.
Yep. Alright, why? I need stuck on here. Oh.
I didn't realise how many motherboard boxes you've got here too.
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah, just a few.
Okay, this is very strange. It's definitely not the norm. I'll show you what I mean in a second.
You mean hold the board up?
Sweet. I feel like I'm doing a mini ITX build. Yep, sweet. Yeah, the IO shield sits back a bit. It doesn't sit right at the back. It sits in these two little brackets.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the side of it.
See that?
It's just force of habit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hang on a second. None of this is right. This doesn't feel right. Okay. Oh, heap of hard drive screws there.
This phone going off.
What's that?
Oh, Nick. Going off. Keep looking at mine, thinking it's my phone.
No, I've silenced it. It was getting too much, mate. A bunch of PC guys debating about mining and because it's a heated subject, right? It's like, yeah, I don't care. It's all sales to me. I'm gonna sell people whatever they want, and then some people are like, no, you shouldn't support that shit. We'll all go broke because there won't be any cards and they'll be too expensive, and we're not going to make a living on miners. And so that'll be a very.
It's a niche market where they take away all the added extras that a graphics card has.
Yeah.
And keep just the core elements required for mining.
Yeah.
And then sell the card.
Yeah.
Right, leaving the rest of the normal cards available, right, to
Yep.
everybody else who needs all the extra features that they don't need.
Yeah, exactly.
Manufacturer does that. We didn't have to charge as much as it wouldn't have as much components in it.
Yeah. Months to get that up and running, if that's even the plan.
I just feel it would be a good idea.
I think so too. I don't think you're the first person who's suggested it. I reckon there's definitely talk of it. I've seen other random people saying this just on random forums and stuff like that. They're like, all they need to do is this, and they'll make so much money. Blah 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 blah. They made some mining cards cheaper. They could make mining more profitable. Mm-hmm. And yeah, there's good cases for it, but I think they're looking at it going, what, more profitable than selling miners gaming cards? Yeah.
But they could get both then. They'd be able to sell gaming cards to gamers.
Yep.
Because you look at the supply and demand issue.
Yep.
Now your phone will be ringing off the hook.
Yep. Okay, so how does this front come off?
Hammer and chisel. I have no idea.
We'll work it out. How hard have they made this? Let's see. Oh no, they have made it. It is easy. I can see what they've done now. So it should be. I remove these two bolts.
Okay. Oh, it's swing on.
No, that's just the cables there. Alright.
I say it has to be fairly easy to be able to get to the dust shield.
Yeah, because you got this dust filter on the front there. Have you seen this? Have a look at that. MSI graphics cards are now coming with it. They don't have they don't have CDs, but as soon as they stopped including, this is so funny, eh?
You plug power into power a video card. Oh, yeah. I'll be sure you turn off your PC and unplug it before you actually probably had a good station.
That's probably a good thing to put in.
Now I can start my own YouTube channel. I mean my own channel now that I've got this. This is hilarious.
I know, right?
I've literally had people do that.
Oh, really?
Yep. This one's just afterburn. Yeah, so I say please. Yeah, it is afterburn. This doesn't use, that graphics card doesn't use afterburn. It's got its own interface apparently. According to the box.
Oh, they usually all do. MSI Afterburn is just the one that most people go with just because of the functionality of it, I think. Just enough room for push-pull.
Just, eh?
Just enough.
Oh, sweet.
It's a bit tight.
Happy overclocking.
Yep. Yeah, Dad Dragon's got a really like keen look in his eye where he's like happy overclocking.
He does, eh? Look at that.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna push this baby as fast as I can.
People like him are the reason we have water cooling.
Yes. Yeah, Dad's just sitting there with the glasses on and stuff, but deep down he's just like, yeah, fuck yeah. Alright, come on, you bastard. Play my game. Okay. Don't play my game.
What's that? Smart pen. Alright.
They call it Smart Fan 5 or something. It's basically a button that you can press that'll stop it from oh shit, just take
running
it up.
constantly.
Yeah, so it will just power itself down automatically, and then you won't have that power supply fan fail prematurely from excess use.
It's a bit like a thermo fan in a car.
Yeah.
Man, this bill's got some cables.
Yep. I'm gonna have to remove this bottom SSD mount. In the way. Oh, really? 4 bolts.
Yeah, because SSDs are so heavy.
Yeah, I know, and they've got so many moving parts that need to be tied down securely. Back when I used to just like sort of do this as a side project for my friends and stuff like that, I'd do builds for them with SSDs, and we just plug the power in, SATA cable in, stick it the back down where the hard drive is out of the way. It didn't matter because it's got no moving parts. It doesn't know which way it's sitting. It doesn't matter which way it's sitting.
It doesn't care how it's orientated at all.
No, not even a problem. Alrighty, so now we should have enough room to slide this one down the bottom. Excellent. It's just getting these fans actually in place at first. Once we do that, it shouldn't be too bad. Sweet.
Blair Baldrock said that, hi Tim, I'll drop in when I'm home if you're still alive.
Who was that?
Blair Baldrock?
Yep.
Baldrock? Yeah, we'll be okay, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Nick said, I love motherboards with no I/O shield. Makes shit so much easier and less complicated. I've seen people just not put them in.
Completely essential or anything like that. I've probably told this story before. I had a guy on Marketplace message me all outraged, telling me that he's going to report me because I was selling a computer that didn't have an I/O shield. Apparently, the I/O shield is there for my protection and the protection of others.
Okay.
Yeah. So someone fully doesn't understand that, you know, an aluminium shield is not going to protect.
Building an old DX4100s back in the day.
Yep.
I remember being so excited to finally build a computer that could play an MP3. But that's all it could do. You either played an MP3 or you used it for whatever you needed it for.
Yeah.
Couldn't do both.
No. Yep. Just decompressing that MP3 file was a big task.
Yeah, after the 6 hours it took to download the song.
Yeah. Yep. Good old Australian internet.
Yeah. 95? No, it would have been 98. When did the first Pentium mainstream? So yeah, the first one was that DX4100. Can't remember when that came out. Long time ago though. I was telling my kids I'll never know the pain of dial-up internet.
Nah.
And then my son looked at me and he goes, "What's that? Do you use a dongle?" I said, "No." "Oh, did you Bluetooth it to your phone?" I said, "No, mate." He goes, "Well then how is it dial-up?" I said, "It actually plugged in
To the phone.
same plug that your phone plug in your house phone." And he goes, "What's a house phone?" And that's when I realised, yeah.
No idea.
No idea whatsoever.
Just realised we have an interesting challenge to overcome. To mount those in push-pull configuration, these bolts don't line up with the bolts on the front there. So, what are we going to do to work around that?
See, folks, that's why you bring it to a professional.
Yeah, because you'll get to here and it's like, what do I do?
It's okay, Tim. I have a very good novel for you to read.
It's probably gonna. Actually,
Oh. Stephen Hutchinson, go to 56 kbps modems.
yes. Big time.
Yeah.
Let me think on that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's just it's in a very
You got more RGB, but yeah.
Yep, that's the RGB controller. Alright, so our radiator's in there, but it's not really in there. So I need to think of a solution to this. Instead of staring at it blankly, I'm actually going to move on because the way my brain works, I'll probably think of something after I've actually moved on from it, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So, well, I mean we got rid of the bottom fan, so we went with a total of 5 fans on it. That would give us the drop down that we needed. Because see there's like that bit of room there, so if it could slide down. If it could slide down there, we'd be fine. That fan there is essentially in the way. If we want to keep it like that, we've got to get something along the front there that we can mount down over it in the right spots. So I mean, I could just get like a bit of aluminium or something like that, cut it to size, and just screw all those bolts.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. We're getting into hard modding right here.
Break out the 3D printer.
Yep, that's it.
Wish those things were quicker than what they are. Right?
Yeah, I know. A lot of people don't realise it. I think that's going to be the way to go. We take that fan out there, and then you put that fan on the back there, and then you've got an RGB fan on the back, because this one here is going to sit down there anyway, so you're not going to see too much of that.
Yeah, but does the radiator not need 3 fans?
No, well it'll have the 3 fans because it's got 3 on the other side.
Oh, is it? Okay.
We'd be having a total of 5
Yeah.
fans on here. It'd just be that bottom part doesn't get quite as much airflow as this top part.
Will it affect its overall performance?
Not greatly, unless you are overclocking it a lot.
Oh, I'm not overclocking it.
Nah. So I reckon let's do that, and then we can actually mount it to the side of the case.
Okay.
That might be the way to go. What do you reckon? Because that's going to be better. That's going to be better in terms of airflow than if we put it on the top with just 3 fans.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yep. And then that actually makes it pretty good for you, because then you just have to buy a 3-pack of fans. You don't have to buy 4 RGB fans for it. So. I had another case of this once. When was that?
We need to get a hammer and a chisel and just smash through this here.
There's 2 hard drive cages below it. So, I mean, I could that's what hard modding is, but it depends how far you want to go with that. Some people
I knew that I would have brought my Dremel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Dremel would be perfect. But yeah, I generally don't do builds and hard mod people's cases unless they specifically do this. Then I'm like, oh yeah, if you want to do it, yeah, it's sweet. But I don't want to give.
Some people don't care.
Yeah, some people are like, yeah, man, I don't give shit.
And others will be like, you did what?
Yeah.
That's my brand new case.
Yeah.
You have to buy me a new one now.
Yep. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, that was. I can't remember the guy's name. Up in Mount Isa. Yeah, did a 3090 system for him, a Corsair 4000X, and we were like, yeah, let's go push pull on the fans, and we had the exact same problem here. Actually, I think it was worse because that case is smaller, and yeah, we had to. At least fit this in the case with yours.
And it's going to, lowering down there, it's not going to affect the way the pumps the water up. air's going to go to the top of the hose now, isn't it?
Yeah, yep. See, as long as the two pipes at the top are above where the pump is,
yep,
you're pretty much golden. I mean, you can even have the two pipes at the bottom. It's just you could end up with a situation where there's an air bubble over there, and then you just have to tilt the case so that the bubble sits at the top of the radiator, and it'll just sit up there. It won't go anywhere then.
Happier now?
What's that?
Are you happier now?
What do you mean?
There you go, all the screws fitting in.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all good. I like a challenge. Save myself a little bit of time if I'd realised I wasn't screwing them down through these brackets, but anyway.
That's right, next time someone comes here with a dark blader, you'll have all the extra knowledge.
Yeah, that's why
I did a lot of research before buying this case.
Yep.
I wanted to know about the cable management, cooling, spaces. These things are important. A lot of people just buy a case, oh yeah, that one's only $20 or that one's only $50.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to spend the money to get the features that you need.
Yep, exactly right. And that's one of the mistakes that people make. They rush into it and they don't think too much of the case that they choose, and it's like, I always ask people, what case do you want?
Sorry. My best friend's on here, he always helps me with my builds.
Yep.
Yes, now I'm glad I'm not building it.
Well, the hard part is over now.
No problem.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Out of thermaltake ones.
What are you looking for?
These slightly grassy coloured ones.
Okay.
Oh, that's all good.
You want to repair early?
Oh yes, sweet. Excellent. 11 out of 12 ain't bad. Cool, cool. Out on the back.
screws. He come off with the
Oh,
another brassy one.
oh, you have a
Little brassy one.
little one. Oh, there'll be screws.
screws
There'll be
everywhere,
screws on the floor. For sure.
Yeah, one of those little grommets you needed for thing.
Oh yeah, yep.
They come in handy.
Oh.
My best friend Steve builds a PC. There's always parts left over, but
Yep.
they work.
Yep. Okay. No, I mean this isn't too bad. Like I've done a few builds that have got 10 RGB or 12 RGB devices. That can get a bit hectic with the cables.
People like RGB.
Yep.
Just gonna grab these in case you need them.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, sorry, you. Apologise. This is why the motherboard has those RGB headers all over the place.
Yep. It's a shame it just has one 5-volt one, because that's the ones that we use these days. The 12-volt ones, they don't do the multicolored patterns.
Oh.
They just do the single colors and the
Okay.
transitions and light patterns.
I don't like that.
Yeah, no, so you want the 5-volt ones. Various color patterns and stuff like that. I generally say to people, get like 5-volt fans and then just get 12-volt strips, because the 12-volt strips are really cheap. And for the strips, it's sort of okay if it's just one color light at a time. Just adds that glow to it. Sweet as. Interesting blade pattern. Anyway. Let's get these out the back. And then we've got like 6 fan headers, I think, and we've got 7 .
Stuck that old fan.
What's that?
Could have stuck that old fan on the roof.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just to give it some kind of until I can get my RGB ones. Unless you got RGB ones lying around or so.
I don't think I've got enough for you. I've got
Oh, I can see some. She's at work, isn't she? Actually, I'm just kidding.
Oh, you don't want to feel that wrath.
Oh no. I've been with my wife for 20 years, mate. I know what that wrath is like.
Okay, now I've got all the cables out the back. Dude.
Look at that.
Oh,
Is that your dad?
yeah, or possibly my mother-in-law. Okay, well we can just daisy chain up these RGB devices. So we have 3 fans plus the pump. And so all you'd have to do if you got more, the 3-pack thermal take fans, is just chain another 3 onto that, and you'll be.
Wow. My goodness, Jim, look at the little wiring in this thing.
Yep, this isn't even a bad one. So that's the RGB. That's fan. Sweet. Okay, so that one I'll plug in down the bottom there. Same with this one. Just don't get your wires crossed, that's the #1 rule with this. Yep, got them. These top ones can go in.
Oh, did you screw the front case on?
What's that?
Did you screw the front of the case back on?
Yeah.
What about the dust filter?
Oh, that's alright. I haven't screwed it down. I've just put the panel on.
That's what I meant, sorry.
Oh, I hate these white tags they put on. They put these white plastic tags.
I don't know why they do that either, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, mate.
What's slightly doing this?
Not much. Missed me plugging in some fan cables. And that's about it. So we're going to have that panel there, which will conceal these bundles of wires. Yeah, that one there, it'll just push these, it'll just hold these all down. Make sure these cables are clean there. And
That's what this is for.
on the back there,
Yeah.
that would just be a little bit of extra room just in case you wanted to run either.
Got a big hole cut out.
Yeah. Or it's for external RGB. So if you had RGB on your desk as well and you wanted it addressed by the software, that would probably be the reason for it. Starting to make a bit of sense of it. Let's go into
I'm glad I grabbed the extra zip ties.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. Okay, so we've got down here two more out here to conceal. Okay, so okay, doesn't look like I'm going to get that through there without removing that back plate. I really don't want to remove that back plate. Let's give this one more attempt.
Break it, cool strip.
Okay. worth it when I get this threaded through here.
Helps. My mate said the cables look like the worst part, but you have to have your RGB.
Yep. Okay, let's try a different option here. Okay, so all those fans are installed now. They're all connected to the motherboard. We did need one fan splitter, and that was it.
You silly. Sorry.
No, you're right. Okay, let's... USB 3. You know what I've got somewhere? Oh no, that's a Type C one. Damn, I don't have any. You can get these little adapters that change the direction of the USB 3s.
Yeah, I've seen them.
That's it. But I thought I had one, but it's a USB 3 to Type C. It's okay, we can still plug that in pretty neat. Sweet. Front panel audio. Audios, front panel, what's this, just power switch and RGB switch. Alright, so I just have one front panel connector here. Just on the power pins, eh? Alright, sweet. Excellent.
Will it be long enough?
Yeah, that's the question.
So,
We'll get it in there. Okay. Let's get this power cable
Do you know the original cases before manufacturers decided that cable management actually was a thing?
Yeah.
Everything would be in here.
Yep.
You couldn't even replace a RAM stick without having to.
I know. Absolutely. That was the standard. Like, no one gave a shit about cable management. Cable management was, just zip tie the cables up so you can get to the RAM.
that was because back then too the cases were all sealed units essentially.
Yeah.
You couldn't see anything.
No. And yeah, like I say to some of the young ones these days, I'm like, back in my day, if you wanted better airflow, you just opened the case.
Yeah, you did.
And just let
That's
it
exactly
put a fan blowing on it.
Yeah,
that was good airflow.
Yeah,
that was good airflow. All right, so we've just got our SATA power for our drive. This is going to be fun to tidy up. Hey mate, how you going?
I'll go home now and Lynn will take one sniff of me and not want to know me.
Yeah, nah, who the hell have you been with? Cheater.
This one's still in the whole facing where they've got their scent glands.
Yep.
Both my legs now, I'm in trouble now when I get home.
They know.
I've been accepted.
Yeah. No, he's pretty good. Doesn't get along with our other cat, but what do you expect? Well, see, the thing is with this guy is we found him hanging around here, and he started hanging around the house, and he was like really, like, because he's like a real long-haired breed.
Yeah.
He was really skinny and matted and stuff. So either and no one was taking care of him properly, or he was like a left-behind pet.
Yep. Previous tenant or something.
Yep.
Somewhere down the road.
Yep.
It's peeling the label off this. See it? Literally peeling the label off the.
Yeah.
Stop him.
He's a very he's pretty smart for a cat.
Now he's just laying there, goes, oh, bugger it.
Yeah, that works pretty good actually. Yeah.
And neat as that look.
Just all behind that one panel there. And then yeah, like on the other side, bunched together. There's not much we can do about them, but yeah, sweet. That's looking all right. All right, so now we get to have a look at a very, very sexy 3080, this one. So do we get the white gloves?
If not, you can always contact Linus, he got them.
Here back in 2028. Thank you for contacting Linus Media Group.
CD-ROM drive.
Okay, so we get a
driver disc.
Driver disc. I think these might be gloves.
Yes, no. No way.
Gloves.
Are they striped?
Yep.
I tell you. Alright, I reckon you should have to wear them now.
I'll put them on. Kind of smell.
And you know how COVID really got you. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Oh, it's a big boy. So this card is level as like a ROG Strix or a Gaming X Trio or Supreme.
Thing is massive.
Here it is. It's got a LED screen on the front there, so I believe we can address that and put whatever we want on that screen. It's got 3 8-pin power connectors.
What's on the end?
They will be for RGB. It's got a USB-C and that looks like an RGB port.
Might be.
And then you got the screw holes there, which are for the support bracket.
Oh, one touch overclock.
Ah,
If I remember my video correctly.
yes.
I have no idea.
Why is that not clicking in? Ah, it is. It just doesn't feel like it's clicking in. You just gotta look at it from this angle.
Chances are I probably won't ever touch it anyway.
Nah. Is with the turbo on. So you just leave it like that and that's pretty much good to go. So we're utilising slots 2 and 3 for this card. So as you can see, it's actually a 2.7 slot length. So you got 1, 2 and a little bit of extra there as well. And like I said, 3 8-pin power connectors. Oh yeah. Want to feel it?
Yeah. Right. Oh. Oh.
Yeah. You want us to do weights with that? Okay. Oh yeah, you could side mount it as well, but then you wouldn't see that screen.
Screen's adjustable.
Oh, is it? Oh, you can move it into
Yeah.
physical different positions.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, cool.
A lot of minus tech tips you could. I'm assuming it's going to be the same with this one.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, you don't have to wear the gloves if you don't want to.
What's that?
You don't have to keep wearing the gloves if you don't want to.
No, I don't know. I'm like keen to wear the gloves, but I think I have them on back to front.
Ah.
But anyway. All right. I feel like I'm like a NASA scientist or something.
I may have to adjust the GPU bracket.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to.
I think this comes with a GPU bracket as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Man, that thing is large.
Yeah, it's a big sucker. I mean, gone are the days of SLI, but I mean, here we have big tank cards to replace it. They don't bother linking multiple cards together anymore, they just make one big Oh mate, you're not going to know yourself going. What Ryzen 5 is it?
can't even remember now, to tell you the truth. Had it for...
2600?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yep.
Had it for a while.
Ah.
Yeah, so
if you do side mount it, it's
yep.
no problems at all. That's, yeah, very cool. So you could mount it in that position if you wanted to, but I probably wouldn't, because that's 2 slots there.
Yeah.
And that right up next to the glass in that position. I wouldn't be too keen on that myself personally. Sweet as.
Yeah.
What have we forgotten to plug in here? Nothing, I don't think.
We got to drop the adjust and drop the GPU bracket.
GPU bracket. Doing something just.
When I get home, I might even add the other GPU bracket once it's in place for this corner. I'm not exactly sure how it works.
We should have a look at that.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah. So it comes with a GPU bracket. Some of these that I've had with other cards have been less than ideal.
What do you get? You get screwdriver, brackets, some wire, electrical wire. I wonder if that's what plugs in the end of the card.
Yeah, that's the RGB, the addressable.
Oh, okay. Where's the RGB on the card though?
It's probably on the fans. Maybe behind, maybe I'd say that bit there will be RGB.
I thought it might have been something to program your LCD screen.
No, that should run through the
Okay.
That should. I say should. Here. To USB. Yeah, we will need this one. So this one here is how the graphics cards, the screen will likely communicate with the motherboard.
Oh, okay.
So a little Type C port here. Yep. And
It's gonna be a heavy computer.
oh yeah. She's not home. She's at work. What's up? Oh. No, she's not finishing till like 9 o'clock. So. Alright, so we've got the addressable cable hooked up to our graphics card there. So I think we're at that point where we can see if there's anything majorly wrong with it. Or see if I've stuffed up anything in the process.
So they don't plug into anything?
What's that?
These don't plug into anything?
No. No, so ideally I would have connected 3 cables, but your power supply only has 2 graphics card cables coming out. So I can manage all that so it looks nice. We can either run it like that, or we can sort of twist them and run them around to the side like that. Yeah, just.
I prefer the other side if we can.
Yeah, we can do that.
See how it goes.
Well, we'll turn it on. Make sure
Yeah.
it works first. And...
Do I need to shield my face?
No, I don't think your chances of anything being faulty here are pretty low. Okay. That's straight away.
Okay.
Oh, you got some RGB lights on the motherboard.
Didn't realise that. Oh, I bet you see that.
Look at that.
There you go. There you go, viewers.
The Vulcan.
That's pretty good quality, actually.
Yeah, that screen looks really nice. Looks like we've toasted. It looks like I can probably... These look like dueling gloves. You know, like you'd slap someone with them.
James didn't RGB up. They're working.
Yeah, I see why.
And you were right about that logo.
Yeah?
Flashing there. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Oh.
Now it's looking a bit better.
And yeah, you're right. At the top there.
Yep.
On the
Yeah, I thought that was. I just ran my finger over it and I was like, that feels... Let's look at that. Where was...
Oh, the watercolor logo's on now. I didn't even notice that wasn't on before.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have been on either. That's the roof one, yep.
Actually quieter than I thought it was going to be. A lot of beans.
Yeah, no, it'll be nice and quiet. What have we got here? Don't tell me we're going to have a BIOS issue. Shouldn't, yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good. You're right. Just here doing this computer, and I think we have a BIOS compatibility issue. Oh, do ya? What's the time?
I'm gonna go.
Alright, sweet. No. Yeah. Okay, baby. You will. I love you. Bye. Alright. Okay, yeah, so we've definitely got a quintessential BIOS problem. Compatibility with the 5900X. They say that it shouldn't happen, but it does.
From keyboard connecting or just?
No. It's so it's stalling on post, which is a common thing with these Ryzen 5000 CPUs. The 5600's generally okay, but the 5800 has some problems. 59 probably had some problems as well. Make sure, but we've just got it straight away going to. I don't even see what that LED is. It's going straight to DRAM. Okay. And now it's not posting at all. Alright, it's posting. It's showing up. Yeah, now it's stalled on post. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to cooler, and we're going to have to put in another CPU. We have to install Windows on the other CPU, get the BIOS updated, and do that. So yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, this is once again why, if you don't have all the tools and equipment here, building your own PC can be a right pain in the ass. See, for me, it's just like, oh shit, I gotta go grab another CPU and put it in and load it up and. Ironically, I think I'm about to put a 2600 in this, so probably the same CPU that Don's had for ages, and we're going to set his instead. Oh well, at least this is the pathway to the 5900.
That's it.
So, do you want to just hold that back plate and those 4 screws?
Yep.
Just as painless as possible. good application of thermal paste on it and everything. Oh no.
Oh, what?
This is the one that
You hate when you get a bent pin on your CPU?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's just hope for the best here.
Take your time.
Okay. So thumb tighten in these corner screws.
Don't even hold it now.
Just a sec. Sweet. Okay. Let's try this again.
Round two.
Oh. Might help if I plug the power cable into it. It's always advantageous. Okay, yep, definitely different posting. Yep. There we go. I should remember to actually share the screen here so people can see. Yeah, it's a pretty good look at it. Okay, so we're into BIOS now. And put our memory on the correct settings.
I might just message me. He goes, 5 months and the CPU's busted.
Well, I've even got extra 5900s here, so...
Yeah, so I'll take that one and you can just build PC case gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it'll all end up back at AMD, no matter who does the refund. Okay.
So you're going to connect via Wi-Fi or you're going to connect via internet? Or?
Should be pretty right with Wi-Fi.
Oh, I see you've had one of them before.
What's that?
The shark fin aerial.
Oh, yeah.
It's very similar.
Yeah, that's the gigabyte one, and that one is magnetized.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like...
I'm just going to, like I said, you're going to get, those sort of thin advertising magnets you stick on your fridge.
Yeah.
I'm just going to trim one of them with a pair of scissors and glue it onto the base of that. That's not overly powerful either.
No.
pick up your PC. Yes, you still owe me dinner.
So,
I'm glad you understand that. I haven't looked at a BIOS screen in years.
so why does that keep stalling? And so now it's looking like, I think I'll get it working, but it's looking like the CPU I've plugged into it doesn't like the RAM that you've got in it now. It should still work. It should still work. Now it stops singing. Why is it not seeing my... Alright, there we go.
Does it need a BIOS update?
Not just yet. We will need to do a BIOS update to get that 5900 to work. AMD is like, yeah, all of our new CPUs are compatible with X570. Yeah. They're not even all compatible with B550.
Because that's why I got the 570.
Yeah. Yep. To avoid this. And, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know. I know.
A lot of people overlook things like that when they buy their parts.
Yep.
And imagine what the headache.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh well, it shouldn't hold us up too much. We'll just get Windows installed as normal, do the BIOS update, and yeah.
Get a nice mining rig going with all those cards.
What's that?
Get a nice mining rig going with all those cards.
Yeah, yep.
Wouldn't that be an expensive one?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Just, yeah.
You know, have any of those Vulcan boxes up there?
No, I haven't sold one.
No, they're very hard to get.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a hold of one yet.
That one came from Perth.
Yeah.
You know what? I got that by pure chance.
Yep.
I'd already contacted iGame myself personally.
Yep.
Then they gave me the contact number for the distributor in Australia.
Yep.
And I contacted him. He said, "Mate, you're not going to get one." And then, while I was ringing around just looking to see he went, hey, unless I accept the ones that are in stock.
Yep.
I couldn't find one anywhere, and then I rang a guy and he said, look mate, I've got 3 cards that have turned up. Alright, and I said, yeah, and I hadn't asked him for a particular card, just said he had any 3080s.
Yep.
And he rattled off one of the tough ones, alright, and he goes, then I got one here called a Vulcan, and I went, my heart skipped a little bit, and I'm like, can you go back to that weird sounding one? He goes, oh, it's a Vulcan, oh, it's that one with the screen in it.
Yeah.
And I went, mate, has anyone ordered that, or is that just stock? He goes, no, it's just stock, so mate, I'll take it right now.
Yep.
He goes, what? I said, yeah, mate, I'll give the details over the phone.
Yep.
He went, alright mate, no worries, hang on, I'll have to do you up an invoice. I said, yeah, okay, I'll just make sure you don't put it on the shelf.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's how I got it. I was so lucky.
Fuck, just right place, the right time.
Yeah, just blind luck.
Yep. Yep.
And it was the exact card I was looking for.
Yep.
And I honestly thought I'd find it in Melbourne or Sydney or something.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, found it in Western Australia in Perth.
Yeah, interesting.
I was going to try and get the new radon card, the AMD card.
Yep.
I was totally giving that a crack.
Yep.
But then the reviews came in, and reviews from people I actually trust as well.
Yeah.
Came in, and I was like, yeah.
They're good for 1080p gaming.
I don't want 1080p.
Yeah.
I'm not setting up for 1080p.
Yep.
I want to play my Microsoft Flight Sim.
Yep.
Because I like that game.
Yep.
Right? And I needed a machine that was going to be able to punch it out in
Yep.
max graphics settings, and
Yep.
this will do it.
Yep.
As long as I can keep my son and his Fortnite away from it, I'll be good.
He'll be straight onto this, wanting to download Fortnite.
Yes, pretty sure 1060 can play Fortnite fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are we still alive?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's all good. I don't care. Live is live. Sometimes there's swearing.
Yeah. MCVC rated PG-13. By watching this video, you agree to be not offended by any content.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So your missus finishing earlier, is she?
Yeah, she's finishing at 6.
How far away is she from you?
Oh, 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't say much, remember you're live. Do you have to pick her up?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to grab her while you're doing this, or?
Oh, no, I'll go pick her up. She's just...
No, so I just sit in the chair and talk to random people.
Yeah, you can do that. Go down there and talk to
I'll
mother-in-law.
go downstairs and then I'll go to the front and
Have a smoke. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry it's not finished yet, guys.
No, we had a couple little things to work through and whatnot. Been talking. Haven't exactly been like, oh fuck, I've got to get this done in like an hour or something. I could probably do it, but I wouldn't be talking much.
But they want you to talk.
Yeah, exactly. So, all
Yeah,
right.
it's good when you explain exactly what you're doing, because there are people out there that just don't know what's going on. Oh, I can see he's doing something.
I just got to remember to like tell myself.
To talk.
Yep. Alright, Armory Crate, get that going on.
No idea what any of this is.
So Armory Crate is an app from Asus that will download all your driver updates and stuff. Basically everything that you would get off a CD, well, you can automatically download through this app. And so that app just comes up automatically when you install
Well, you can tell from the design of this case that they're very specifically saying you would never ever put an optical drive in here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, optical drive's dead.
Yeah. Mind you, my best friend's still got a USB one sitting in his drawer.
Yeah.
It's plug in if he ever needs it.
Yeah. That's ideal. Yeah, that's what I say. That's what I say to people all the time. I never suggest anyone buys internal optical drives these days, and just like get the external ones. It's just like a USB drive for your for your CDs. Yeah, I mean I've got an optical drive in the drawer there and stuff, but yeah. Okay, so what game clients do you need? Just Steam and Origin, maybe?
Yeah.
Yep. You don't need... Do you play Call of Duty?
Yep.
Yep. So I'll get Blizzard.
Yeah, I definitely Blizzard because I play Diablo.
Yep.
As well. I play a lot of RTS.
Yep.
So
Yeah, so
I'm only slowly getting back into FPS, but my son plays a lot of FPS. So.
Yep.
And I do like Flight Sim and Forza, and
Yep.
I actually play a game that I'm so addicted to that it's just weird. It's an older game called 7 Days to Die.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
It's so addictive. It's not funny.
Yep.
It's glitchy. Right.
Yep.
So I think that's just part of its. I'm going to use the word charm. I'll use it loosely.
Yeah. Yep.
Part of its charm. And I'm going to be playing. My mate down in Sydney. He's already hounding me saying he's got that PC built yet. Alright, and then I think I'm saying I'll get the build today. He's already messaged me saying, right, you need to download Scum. Alright, so... and then there's Rust and all that stuff.
Alright. So it shouldn't take us too long to get... We'll just get everything like installed here, and then we'll update the BIOS, and then we'll swap back to the right one, and then do a stress test on it. And
we're done.
Yep.
And then I can go to...
Is that where you're going next?
Yeah, my son's hurt himself, so my best friend is currently driving my wife and my son to the hospital.
So he actually did hurt his foot for real?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a repeat.
Yeah.
2 years ago he said he hurt his foot, and I'm like going, walk it off.
Yeah.
And he was crying at the dinner table, and I'm like, fine. Took him to the doctor, he'd broken 2 bones in his foot. Felt like I felt so
Fuck, you felt so bad after that.
I think that's when he got his first basketball hoop at the house.
Yeah. Yeah, here you go.
Broke it stepping off his scooter.
Oh, shit.
He was just going too fast.
Yep.
Stepped off, banged on the edge of the car. Just on that curve, where it goes from the curve to the straight, his foot.
Just bang.
And that was enough to...
Fuck.
This time he was playing basketball at school. And he's done something with it.
Yep.
Is it your aircon or my fans?
That's your fans ramping up. Okay, what have we got? That's the one.
So the glow stars work?
What's that?
I'm assuming there was a glow in the dark.
Yeah, she's putting up glow in the dark stars for some reason. get the BIOS update. Okay, that's... Office.
I wish. I don't have Office.
What's that? You don't have it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I gotta buy it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just I'll install it anyway. No, Steam.
I don't have some free passwords right now. I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, that's always the fun part, eh? And they've all got their own little like criteria as to what's an acceptable password and what's not an acceptable password. And then you can't, if you forget the password, then you can't use any of the last however many.
Passwords you've used, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they have Steam activated to use online banking.
Mm-hmm.
I got banned for Steam once.
Really?
Yeah, back in the day I was playing CSGO.
Yeah.
So it was just called Counter-Strike back then.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? And someone reported me for wall hacking. And I wasn't wall hacking, I didn't even know how to hack. But all it took back there was a simple report. Alright? Steam banned me for 6 years. For 6 years.
Holy shit.
And the problem is, I probably could have just gone out and made another account under a different email address,
Yeah.
It's just not who I am.
Yeah.
I've had the same phone number for 15 years.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I'm
Yeah.
dependable, reliable.
Yeah.
And yeah, kept saying no, this account's been banned, so I gave up. Right, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I think it was Diablo 2. No, it wasn't Diablo 2. That's some other game. I went, oh well. I went to show, look, I can't get into Steam.
Yeah.
Book me won't let, and then it let me. And I'm like, oh my god.
They must have just.
I just started paying and buying, downloading games.
Yep.
Biggest issue I've got is my son's been using my Steam account.
Yep.
Now he's got all his games on there, but he never. Dad's account.
Yep.
So I'm like, mate, you realise you're going to have to get rid of all those crap games off that Steam account.
Yeah.
It's like, why? I said, because it's going on, once my new PC's built, I'm going to be using my Steam account.
Yeah.
No, you can't. I said, mate, all those games up there.
Yeah.
I said, I paid for every single one of those games.
Yeah.
I'm not losing them.
Yeah.
That works. They got a new family share or something, they call it.
Oh yeah, the family accounts or whatever they
Yeah,
are.
I think I've got family share as an option on my Steam account, so I'll be able to use my Steam account. He'll be able to use it on the other PC under the family share.
Yep.
Just can't play the same game.
Can't play the same game at the same time.
Yeah, it stops you from cloning your drive or whatever and
Yep.
not paying for a second copy of the game.
Yep.
I really like you got the RGB going in the RAM over there.
Yeah, that's Christine. That's what she's done. So Corsair have really good RGB software.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can do sort of more customization things to it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's put it on a mode there called Raindrop,
Mm-hmm.
and then she's selected the color pattern for it to do.
So she's a bit of a Corsair girl?
No, she just liked the
Well, I know it's a fan
she
girl
liked the
Corsair too.
case, and the case is Corsair. So then I got a Corsair fans to go with it.
Yeah.
And then she didn't like the Corsair coolers because she didn't want the word Corsair and
Okay.
the actual company logo.
What cooler is that one?
That is a Leon Lee Galahad. That
That's
metal
nice.
ring in the middle there
Yeah.
is a magnet. So it's got their branding underneath it, but they include a magnet if you do not want to have written branding in your case. So you can run it with that magnet on it, and it looks like that. You get rid of that, and it will say Leon Lee.
Okay, fair enough.
So the other thing is too the you can have it any way you want because you can rotate that middle bit.
Yep.
That just rotates around
And
and
she went
clicks.
with the horizontal graphics. card.
Yeah. She liked
Very
that.
similar to the black, both in her case and my case.
Yeah. Yep. It's just a much more compact kind of
Yeah. See, for me to do that, I have to go and buy an additional card that plugs into a motherboard.
Yeah,
And
you'd
it
have to
comes out.
you have to buy a riser, a riser cable they call them. But yeah, I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't with a 3080. I did one with a 3080 and it was getting pretty toasty,
Yeah.
so I wasn't completely happy
Because
with
it's
that.
so close to the perspex here and it's not
Yeah.
getting the, it's pulling the air, but it's working the thing harder to do it.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. What keyboard is that?
This is a Red Dragon.
My son uses a Red Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the. I think it's the red switch one. It's quite a nice keyboard. I'd been looking for a new keyboard for ages, and because I'm not like a pure gamer, I do a lot of like office and business type things as well. What I really wanted, I didn't want any of this freaking gamer shit really. All I wanted was some functional buttons at the top here, particularly one that opens up the calculator function in Windows 10, so I can just press a button and open the calculator. But I found this one it does more than that. It's got a calculator button, it's got an open default browser on homepage button, it's got an open your default email client button, and it's got an open your default media player button.
Couldn't you just macro them up on a keyboard?
You could, but like I was looking at that on the previous one that I had, and the software that I was using for it wouldn't work unless I manually went into it or set a rule to manually open it when it started Windows, and I was like,
Keyboards are definitely a personal choice.
it is really a personal choice.
I've got a Corsair K95 RGB button.
Yep.
Right? It's a $300+ keyboard.
Yep.
I absolutely love it.
Yep.
Designed for gaming,
Yep.
work, you name
Yep.
it, alright? My son unplugs it, right, and puts his keyboard on there when he's using the PC because he can't stand it.
Yep. Yep.
So, he's a TKS guy these days.
Yep.
Right, I have no need for the extra weight, the extra size. I just need my board to do what I need it to do.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what Dad's board costs, mate? Don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, no, see, I need the numpad. It's essential. If it's not a proper keyboard, if I don't have that numpad, I can only type numbers fast on this. I can't type numbers
it's ridiculous
fast.
not having it, but tell that to a 14-year-old gamer, and he goes, I have no need for that.
Yeah. I remember going to high school, and I had there was like start grade 8, and you got like all these new people from different schools and stuff that you didn't know.
Yeah.
And there was a group of like Asian guys in my class, and we're in computers, and we're doing something on the computers, and I see this one guy just smashing this number, just like typing it so fast, and I was like, holy shit, I've never even bothered to like try to learn to type the number pad fast, and I'm just watching him, I'm like, fuck, I want that skill. So I just started learning to use that number pad, because I was like, that's going to save me some time. So yeah, this is going to install, obviously Windows updates found the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth driver, but it's going to install the LAN driver, the Realtek audio driver, the AMD chipset driver. So we'll get them.
And what's one for the CPU, the AMD chipset driver?
No, that's for the motherboard.
Alright.
Yeah. So when we update the BIOS, then it should talk nicely to our new CPU. But this update here is kind of to make like Windows and the operating system install talk nicely to the motherboard.
Okay.
So this would be the kind of thing that will get your USB ports working properly. You might, before you install the chipset drivers, you could have random weird problems on the motherboard with certain things not working or not working as they're supposed to. It's pretty rare. Usually it does a pretty good job at working out of the box, but not always, right?
Yeah.
They say, oh yeah, our new CPUs are incompatible with all Ryzen 5900 series chipset boards. Yeah, okay. Oh well. If this is the worst thing that happens, then that's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is not really a big deal. It's just a big deal if you bought this exact configuration, bought it home, you don't have computers, all you have is your old computer that's completely different CPU socket. You've got nothing else, you've just got these parts. You go to turn it on and then...
I think this board's the last run of AM4s.
Yeah, it is. Yep. I believe that, yeah, the 500 series is it. Then they release the 600 series, it'll be a new
socket.
Yep. And you watch all the AMD fanboys will be fucking devastated. They're gonna be making so much noise about it online because they're already like the noisiest group of people in the computer world. Like, don't get me wrong, I got nothing against AMD. I just laugh at fanboys, both Intel and AMD, because I'm just like, they both just make products, man. There's winners and losers at different price points and for different use cases. As soon as you start saying, oh, I'm this fan, that's when you start cutting yourself off from new technology.
Yep, you shouldn't do that.
Nah. And especially when you consider that Intel and AMD historically started from 4 or 5 people that left one company and started 2 separate companies because they weren't happy with the direction that the board was taking the company, and these people were the engineering brains of the operation. And they formed 2 companies, Intelligent Microsystems and Advanced Micro Devices. And that was back in the 60s. And you see how they've come from there to now.
Yeah.
So they might be competitors, but they're kind of 2 sides of the same coin.
Didn't they start with Sun Microsystems?
No,
because that's going to eventually made supercomputers.
Who did Sun Microsystems?
Pretty sure, because they were the first, your very first supercomputers, they were built by Sun Microsystems.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of an oxymoron. You think about the size of the first computers.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I can't think who acquired them.
I had no idea. Oracle? No.
Got to brush up on my history there, I think. But yeah, I mean, essentially the story with Intel and AMD is like people who are working for a company got the shits with them and were like, fuck this, let's just do our own thing. You guys go over there and...
You got 4 hardcore viewers.
Yeah, apparently.
We're talking shit.
Yeah.
And it's just an update going.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is what I find with the viewers. The viewers like hang around while it's being built, and when it posts, then once the install starts, everyone's like,
We've all seen this. We've all seen Windows installed.
We've all seen Windows installed and set up, but
I want to see the screen.
Yeah. Right. We want to get these drivers for the graphics card.
I wonder if they've got their own web page.
They will.
You can do this and you can do that.
Let's look at it right now. It is the iGame.
OC. OC, you know what you're looking at.
Oh no, that's...
They're only $2,000. Buy a dozen, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pulling a bit through at the same time, mate.
What's that?
Pulling a lot of data through.
Yeah. And we're probably on... Where are we going? .cn, is this Canadian?
Yeah, Canadian.
Canada. My mother-in-law's Canadian, so sometimes I say, oh, Canada, just to piss her off. She doesn't like it.
What's that about?
Yeah. Graphics card, 30 series, 3080, and Windows 10. Alright, what's it got? Oh, I don't need that. Oh, resizable bar update.
I pretty much just want power consumption and temperature, I guess. Don't need to put any pretty pictures on there. I mean, I can if you want me to.
No, do what you want. So what I'm downloading now should be the software that comes with that card. So you can do the BIOS update there, or this might. I'm not sure what.
I have no
Just
idea.
says rebar BIOS. We'll see what versions
Just do one
installed.
thing at a time.
Yeah, exactly. I think we'll just worry about the motherboard here, and you can look at this. Google.
I won't. I've got a best friend, Steve.
Yep.
He's a genius software.
Well, have a look up resizable bar. I don't want to explain it because I've only just sort of got it all through my head properly. But it's a new feature. Have you heard of this thing with AMD cards that they've called Smart Access Memory, where they're utilizing the RAM to help the graphics card? Yeah, so Nvidia had that in the background locked out.
Now they turn it on.
And they've decided to turn it on because So that's what this firmware update is here for the graphics card. The latest BIOS update for the motherboard also contains resizable bar updates as well. So you can implement that as you see fit. I mean, I've got a 3080 personally. I don't need any. I don't give a shit.
Well,
I've got a 3080 in there as well.
What are you running?
I've got a ROG Strix in there. So
I'll be interested to see what the benchmarks come up there.
yeah, that would be interesting.
They reckon this is a Strix-like. I don't know what they mean by that, but
yeah, it's one of those cards that's on the same level. So there's the ROG Strix, the MSI Supreme, like this one here. There's the Galax Hall of Fame. There's the the Aorus Master. 10 minutes. Yeah, no, that's all right. Because she'll have a smoke once she finishes anyway. Look how slow this software's downloading. It's half done and it's only 32 megabytes.
well, that's not our internet.
No, that's on their end. No, we don't need any of that. No new BIOS. They really need to fix these tools because they don't always have the latest BIOS. Manual and documentation, no.
They said howdy, Tim.
Who said that?
Blair?
Oh, hey Blair, how you going?
Battlenet.
Battlenet. Yep.
Cannot hit, yeah.
Yep.
Good old Battlenet.
Okay, let's get this freaking BIOS going on. Come on. Delete the last one.
Is that on your PC? That's not my PC, sure.
No. This is a USB stick.
Ah, I was going to say.
This just has a backup of all my business stuff, just in case. Malware and ransomware. Alright, let's copy this over. Yeah, so apparently we are America's, according to Battle.net. Nice high-speed USB drive, this one.
As long as it does the job.
Yep, that's it. Oh, are you serious? Nah, it's a .rar file.
Oh, so you have to.
So I need to download WinRAR.
Yeah. What's it got to uncompress to?
What's that?
You got enough space from the USB to uncompress it?
Oh no, it's not that that's compressed. It's the software for the graphics card
right.
that was. Yeah, I know. Just. Oh shit! It's It's downloaded like 3 versions of it.
We'll have to do a lot of PC. See, if I said WinRAR to my wife, and I love my wife dearly.
Yeah.
She'd be like, what's WinRAR? Okay, it's a compression tool, sweetheart.
What's a compression tool?
Like socks.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah, like socks.
Okay, so we got that there. Okay. So let's hope this software is a little bit better than Inno3D's software.
Slightly annoyed that it didn't just work.
Yeah, I know. Ooh, this is sexy user interface.
Yeah. They use a different interface.
Yep.
I have no idea what it is.
So it's found new version of RTX 3080 firmware for the LCD screen. Static picture. Set static picture background. Please connect USB and try again. I'm connected to USB.
Plug it in onto the board.
It's doing stuff. Check it out.
Oh yeah, here's two. Is that a clock? I don't know, what did you put up there?
It's just got the performance fan speed, is it?
I have no idea. It's just cycling through, isn't it?
Yeah, hang on. Check for update LCD.
Pause the stream for the other side.
Yeah, I think it's about that time. Yes. Actually, what we'll do. Yeah, we'll leave that for now, because what I want to do, I just want to restart it and get the BIOS updating, and then I'll go and pick up my wife.
There you go, that's making my wife.
Yep. tell her, yeah.
I'll just say it's a slight hiccup with the software, with the installation.
Yep.
I'll start talking about there's a BIOS mismatch between the CPU, and we put a different CPU in, but then it didn't like the RAM, and she'd be like, "What are you saying?"
Yeah.
And it goes wrong with the software on the computer. Alright, so sorry guys, I should stop.
Yeah, now there's a few more people watching now. So sorry everyone, I've got to go pick up my wife. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the BIOS update that we need to do. So that'll take a little while, and while that's happening, I'll go and come back. Don's going to go for a smoke, and yeah, once we get back, we'll be able to swap back to our 5900X, and yeah, go from there. No, don't worry, it's definitely not a bad CPU. Because if it was a bad CPU, we would have had an issue with it just not posting at all.
Oh, okay.
But the fact that it did that, it posted and then it stalled on that screen. It's exact. I've seen this multiple times before, and I'm just like, yep.
I'm not on a plane in Melbourne.
Yep. What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he likes his little cardboard things.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, he loves them.
It's expandable.
What's that?
They look like inserts for doors.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to what they are. Apparently they're just at Kmart. And yeah. This one loves clawing at the carpet. That's why we got him them.
He's stretched out on.
Yeah.
I gotta ring my wife.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Okay, let's get this BIOS sorted. Alrighty, so we're going to go into advanced mode. We're going to go into our tools. We're going to go into the ASUS Easy Flash utility. We're going to select our drive. And we're going to select our BIOS. We're going to read this file. Give it a second. Do you really want to update the BIOS? Damn straight. Alrighty, I'll see you all very soon.
back in until you were home.
Yeah, no, that's alright. Sweet as. So we have our new BIOS version installed here.
There you go. Fingers crossed, swap it over.
Yeah.
Alright, this side.
Yes.
Makes life a bit easier.
Yep.
Did I mention my assistant says $315? So this is your full-time business now? Or?
Yeah. Yep.
We'll get boss's time.
Sweet.
See this? I got to pay so I can work on a computer. How's work?
Next question.
Yeah, feel like that.
Oh, we had a girl call in sick for a deep clean tonight, and the other girl that's on, she doesn't like working on her own. She gets really flustered.
Okay.
So I had to make sure everything was done for her.
Like that.
Teenage kids.
That's it. Gee, Tim, what's that smell? She's like, fuck you, Don.
She can stop it.
What do you do?
Work in a deli. Coles Winter West.
My
She
son-
want to be deli manager.
My son works for Woolworths.
Competition.
I used to just do it. Finish pay, or help pay towards his uni fees or whatever you call it. I don't know, what do you call it? Uni? Because he's studying to be a doctor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so his work's been pretty adaptable because he's got a lot of prac at hospital and things like that.
Yep, yep.
So they've been pretty good.
What year is he in?
Third year.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, no, third
Yeah.
year. No, he's finished his. Oh, sorry, it started his fourth year.
Started his 4th year, so
Yeah.
he's doing like nearly full-time placement now, wouldn't he? Yeah, sweet. Oh, that's great. Bet you're proud.
Oh, I'm very proud. He's a pain in the ass. He's arrogant as all fuck. He's perfect for his doctor.
Yeah.
He's never bloody wrong, no matter what.
Yep.
Mm. And we're a football family, soccer. You
Yep,
call it,
yep.
whatever, yeah. I'm an Arsenal supporter, and he's a Manchester United supporter. So that's never a good conversation.
Oh shit. The young contrarian, eh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then Zach wants to be a YouTuber.
Oh really?
Mm.
Is it just me or is it really freaking bothering you?
Oh, I just have that effect. That's how I kept my wife for 20 years. Oh, trust me, the only one I didn't hold on to.
Yeah.
See,
No, that's alright.
that's why he's the pro and I'm just the...
Okay.
I love your system. Absolutely love it.
It's so cool. But I don't like the cables anymore. I really want to get one so
Well-
I don't have the white, black grommet things.
I wanted to do colour match cables as well. And the only place I found them, believe it or not, was PC Case Gear. And I won't buy them ever again now.
He's had such a bad experience.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people with bad experiences with
I
these.
ordered this CPU back in November. I paid for it in November last year. And it turned up a few days ago. And they went, oh, the warranty on all the other parts. So they've given me the full warranty on this CPU. But I bought everything.
Yeah.
And everything turned up except the CPU. And I said, well, what about the other parts? You know, all the other stuff I bought.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we didn't guarantee the delivery.
Yeah, see,
You know? So half the warranty's gone on everything else.
I have generally a pretty good experience with PC case gear, but I never buy full systems from them or anything like that. It's always just, oh yep, I need a random case that's not stocked at any other place other than PC case gear, or it's been they've been one of the ones with what do you call it? They've had a lot of the Ryzen 5000 series CPUs in the OEM trays, and they're like $30-40 cheaper than the normal ones. So I've probably bought shitloads of them actually from them over the last couple of months, and they've been pretty good with that, and they only charge like $9 or something to deliver a CPU. So it's like it's really not really a big deal.
The issue I have with them is everyone else, when they were sold out of my CPU, said sold out.
Yep.
BCK Skier said, yeah, we can get you one. Order you one in. So yeah, we'll order you one in, and it's sweet. You know, I assumed. They kept saying, yeah, we get stock comes in weekly. So I assumed a week, maybe 2 weeks, hell, even a month.
Yeah.
You know? And then here it was, December, January.
6 months later.
Yeah, and it was like I said, you know, when we picked up those 5900Xs last week, that was obviously the same shipment that his came in.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. UMart didn't just get 65 5900Xs, just like they didn't just find them on a pallet out the back.
How'd that work?
Yes, so now we're on the correct CPU, and it's booted into Windows just fine.
Didn't want
It was just
to boot up.
Just the BIOS. Like I said, I'd seen that exact symptom before with 5800X.
AMD lied to us.
Yeah. Okay, sweet. So there shouldn't really need to be too much of anything else to install.
So what fans are running right now?
So
Is that the case?
that's the graphics card.
Oh, is that the graphics card?
Yeah. No, it's been too hard.
Is that what was dinging earlier? Was it YouTube chat?
What's that? No, that was my phone. That was the group chat that I'm in. I'm in a group chat with other people at PC businesses like mine. Oh, what's happened here?
Okay, I didn't see that.
People noticed him.
Yeah, this cost me a better part of $5,000. Don't say, oh, what's that? So then all the parts didn't fit.
What's that?
So then all the parts didn't fit properly. So we had to take a fan off the cooler. Right. So now I've got a pre-HB fan up on the back up there, which was on the cooler. Because it couldn't fit down where Tim wanted it. What's going on, Tim? You can tell me.
I am.
I can hear
So with this app that we've installed here is affecting how MSI Afterburner works.
Alright, yeah.
So they seem to be in conflict here. So I'm just trying to work out.
I do know that Ryan's had that same problem, and he went with the factory software.
This one.
I'm guessing so. He never really showed anything except the first screen, and that screen there, actually. He said it wasn't as informative as some other software.
Yep.
And then he said that'll change with software updates. But it does give you a good baseline. I don't know.
Yeah. Why did that just stop all of a sudden then?
Maybe it's at a good temperature now. Merlot, Shiraz, what are you having?
Rosé.
Rosé. My wife loves a nice Merlot.
Oh,
It's like so fruity.
it's not sweet, but it's fruity. It's got like cherry hints to it and stuff like that. It's an old French one. It's like $16.
I was going to say my wife buys Brown Brothers, which is like $18. 16, 18 bucks as well. But yeah, she likes her reds.
I can't do red wine. I did that once. I drank a whole bottle of red wine. It was the first time I've ever had red wine. I was never do that again. Remember that, Tim?
What's that?
You gave me some red wine, and I ended up drinking the whole fucking bottle.
Oh, yeah.
Did you want a glass of water or something?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
At least you offered.
Yeah, Tim's not a very good host. You forget to people wanting to, drink.
No, I'm fine. I do 12-hour shifts for work, so I'm used to just.
Yeah.
I have no idea what any of that is.
Reconfiguring fan speed.
So he doesn't like something.
Making sure the fan's ramp up at the right time.
No, I'm working out why the fans are seemingly running at like full speed on this card.
There's only 2 fans, and the third one on the end's not moving.
Oh.
No, that looks like it's wedged.
Yeah, the bracket there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
What bracket? GPU bracket?
Oh, I see. Yeah, the bolt is like caught up in...
Oh, that was Tim.
That was me.
Good
Oh
on you.
no. It's alright if he's broken it. It's only a $3,000 card. Actually, it's not.
There it goes.
It cost me, alright?
That might be the
There it
cause.
goes.
That might be the
Yeah,
cause.
because the rest just all slowed down.
Yeah.
See, thank God you were here. There we go.
That's why you need me, Tim.
That's probably what was causing the jump in fan speed,
Mm.
because part of it was getting warm and it was triggering. Yeah, okay, because it'll have a card like this will have multiple temp sensors in it, but it will only read out
Got a
like.
pretty LCD screen on it.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
And you can look at this,
Can you fold it? Oh, nice.
so you can side mount
like
it.
your way. You can fold it up.
Yeah.
And you can put GIFs on it, you can put photos on it, you can have to do it a slideshow, so you got like family photos, whatever. Which my wife says, oh, you can put all the family photos on. I said, of course I can't swear. And all I'm putting on there is temperature and power consumption.
Yeah.
When she walks past, just quickly change it. See, look, honey.
Still got to buy a monitor yet. I can't settle on a friggin' monitor.
Oh.
I don't want a 1080p monitor. It kind of defeats the purpose of this whole build.
Mm.
So it's got to be 4K. And because I'm a tired ass, Kogan doesn't have anything I like.
Are you thinking about getting like a curved monitor or just straight? Or?
I've never owned a curved monitor, so I do like the idea of a curved monitor. I just don't know. I've never owned a curved monitor. And my wife's given me a budget, because you know that's what wives do. So she's given me a $500 budget, which
Pretty good for a monitor.
yeah, I'll be able to get something halfway decent. It'll do
Yeah.
the job for sure.
Maybe try look at like refurbished ones or something.
That's what I was thinking. I've had a look on Gumtree and Marketplace and stuff like that as well.
Yep.
You can pick up little bugs if you know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there's some really good deals on screens at the moment for $14.40. Yeah.
Where?
Just my advice would just be to, I can't remember the name of this website that had basically this website had 27-inch 1440p 165 hertz monitors with HDR and all that kind of shit, and they were like $330. Yeah. Yeah, no shit.
Why do you not have 4 of them on your wall?
Yeah, I know. This was another customer who found them, and he sent me the link, and he said, "Have you ever used these?" And I said, "Oh, sorry, I haven't, but the price and specs look fucking amazing." And he's like, "Oh, my mate got one. He reckons it's awesome." And I'm like, I said to him, I'm like, "Look, I haven't used it personally, but I'm just looking at the specs, the features. I'm like, that ticks a lot of boxes, man, and it's fucking $330.
You want like HDR10 if you can.
Yep.
Bloody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm
now,
pretty sure
with
you had
AMD,
that.
is it FreeSync or G-Sync?
FreeSync.
FreeSync. So you want FreeSync.
Yeah.
But can't these cards switch between both?
So FreeSync, NVIDIA will talk to FreeSync, but AMD won't talk to G-Sync.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. So, all right.
So is that where you game from, or?
Depends. Sometimes I game on Tim's PC, but
That's got the 5950 in it, so that's like the editing PC.
Oh, right. That's got my CPU in it.
Yeah, the one that the missus wouldn't let him have.
And I like your water cooler. It's just got that metal, what do you call it, the magnetic cover over it.
Yeah.
Looks
That's
good.
so cool. I was so happy when I got that. I was like, oh hell yeah, I don't have to look at that Leon Lee thing like sideways or something.
Yeah, but Leon, they make good gear.
Yeah, it's not a bad brand to see, but it's kind of like it's kind of like
rep is definitely coming up.
Yeah.
Because most people turn their nose up a lot of Chinese gear, not realising that most of this shit
it's all made in Chinese. It's all made in China now. The Chinese government invested billions of dollars, like back in 2013. It's an ongoing investment. It's what they call the thing is called Made in China, and it's the Chinese government going, we want this label to be we want people to see Made in China, and it be the symbol of quality and
like
good quality shit. They want Made in China.
Germany has
that's what they want. That's what the Chinese government.
Have to work awfully hard.
They're pouring big bucks into like incentivizing businesses to make high quality products.
Because I used to be really funny with power supplies.
Yep.
Right? I would only get Japanese ones with Japanese capacitors
Yep,
and things
yep.
like that because they don't blow up after 6 months.
Yep.
But nowadays, most things are usually pretty good.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. No. These days it's pretty
My
good.
video card came with a set of fucking gloves. White
Yes.
linen gloves.
No way.
White linen fucking gloves.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, because I fell in love with this card after I saw it on Linus Tech Tips. Alright, and it was an amazing card, and you just couldn't get it. Alright, they didn't have them in Australia. I'd actually contacted the manufacturer. That's how desperate I was getting trying to find it, because I wanted the screen.
Yeah.
Alright, I just figured it'd be a nice addition. And once I can learn to manipulate and put what I want on there, if I got someone over, I can put up anything I want on there. Go, yeah, check this out. Right, yeah. So it's just pure wank factor. 3080s are 3080s. Right?
Yep.
The differences between them, right, so that's not really going to apply to someone like me.
Yeah.
Right? But couldn't get it anywhere. I tried everything, and then I rang a guy because I was just after a 3080 in general then.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a 3080 anywhere. Right? And then a guy said, I've got a mate of mine in Western Australia that sells computer gear, and I think he gets 3080. So I rang him. And he said, oh mate, I think I've got 3 or 5 or something in a box right now that's just turned up today, but I don't know what they are. And I said, rightio. I'm not even sure there's any 3080s in there. And and so he's on the phone and he reads it out, and then the last one he reads out is that fucking card, which is the card I've been looking everywhere for. And I said, excuse me, can you say that again please, that last one? I said, yeah mate, look, I'll take that right now. This second, consider it sold. Alright, I'll give you my card details over the phone. Don't care. And he went, oh, well, I'll have to send you a proper invoice. And I said, yeah mate, no problem. He goes, okay. I said, well, don't you put it on the shelf. I said, that's the card I wanted. I rang the wife and I'm like, oh. She's like, okay honey, I'm happy for you. So it's just blind luck.
That's how it is at the moment.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was saying to Tim, someone offered me $3,000 for my video card just a few days ago. Actually, when I got the 5900,
Yep.
was on a PC help repair page on Facebook. So I put up a picture of it and my card to go, yep, now I'm all set for my build. And the guy goes, mate, I'll give you $3,000 for your video card right now. My wife wanted me to sell it too. Oh yeah, no, it's not happening.
If you sold it, you'd just end up spending too much on another graphics card, and then you just lose the money you made extra.
I would have taken that money and tried to get a 3090, right, which I probably would have had a better chance of getting, because not a lot of people can afford that end. But I would have had the extra, right, so it wasn't really coming out of my pocket. But yeah, if I told my wife I spent, you know, $3,500 on a video card.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Right, she thinks this costs half of what it cost, and she complained about that. She's like, you paid $1,000, babe, for a video card to make your computer thingy work. Alright, and I went, yes I did, thinking, no, I paid $2,000.
But she doesn't know, I know.
Alrighty.
Tim seems happy.
Yeah,
Makes me happy.
That's looking good.
Everyone's going to be happy except for my bank account.
Cry now.
I haven't paid him yet. Because I couldn't remember if he wanted to transfer or cash, so I figured
Doesn't matter
I
to
can
me.
transfer it right here so you can see when it says payment successful and all that, so he knows I'm not. There are some people that reward people. Right? Or if need be, I can drive down to a server or wherever an ATM is around here and just get it out in cash. Whatever suits him. I thought $315 is a bit pricey. I did. David Systems do they'll do this build for like $200. And I'm like, that didn't include Windows though.
Yeah.
But no, I was happy. I was always going to get this build. So I'm going to get that Tim guy to do my system, and my best friend who helps me build PCs as a Rooks, he's really good with software. It's like, are you going to do it yourself? And I said, it's got a water cooling system. And he's like, yes. So I said, I've never even physically touched a water cooling system, let alone put one in it. I don't know if you fill them. He goes, I'm pretty sure that they're the custom hard tube ones that you fill.
Yeah.
Because those other systems, I think, I'm pretty confident they're already a complete system. I said, well, I don't fucking know. Alright, chances are I'm going to put it in, turn it on, water's going to spray out of somewhere, and ruined. You know, the better part of $5,000 worth of PC gear. I said, I'd much rather someone else have to pay that bill instead of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I said, so you know that Tim guy? And he goes, oh, you mean the Tim's PC guy? And I said, yeah. And he goes, yeah, I know. Everyone knows Tim, actually. I've got quite a few friends that are into computers. Alright, I speak a lot to my mate down south. He works for a NOC, National Operations Centre, for a security company. And he's right into PCs as well. He goes, no, it's good. I just sit there and I watch, because Tim was building my build. He goes, oh yeah, and I go back and I watch all these other builds. And he goes, he had a good article he did about power consumption. I said, yeah, I saw that one too. So,
you're famous, Tim.
Yeah, look at
considering
that.
he's in South Australia.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes a bit of a geek. Nice guy, don't get me wrong. But he writes his own code as opposed to using. Yeah, so you can get apps or you can just do it yourself. Write it yourself like it's nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I'm flat out working out half the apps that are existing, let alone making one.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you doing there? I know you're clicking stuff.
No, I'm just. I can't remember if Asus have fan tuning software in Armory Crate.
I hate Armory Crate.
I used to like getting Armory Crates in a game I played.
Yeah.
The strips are meant to be flashing, so it's not too dry. There we go.
Pikachu had a horrible accident and fell off the table.
Oh.
And your cat likes me now.
Ah.
The big one,
Bloody.
anyway. The big fluffy one. Yeah. Came out here, rubbed his face against me, and I'm like, yeah, he's putting his scent on you. You probably smell my cat. That's what it is. Then he laid down here. I have a one-eyed cat, one-eyed Persian cat. Her name's Luna, and we just got a rescue kitten from an abandoned.
Oh.
I don't know what you call it. You know where people just dump them.
Yeah.
And so we just picked up a little boy kitten. So he's cute as a button. No, it's a girl kitten. Her name's Sky.
Ah.
Yeah. So we just got her 3 days ago.
Oh, cool.
My son's already had claimed ownership of her.
Tim won't allow me to have another kitten.
No.
He hates kittens.
They're just so freaking spastic, man.
My wife's ankles are covered in scratches.
Yeah.
Because, Dan will be in the office area doing some work if she's working from home, and this kitten is just keeps attacking her feet. Every time she moves her feet around.
See, this is my
I
issue.
can have a field day in here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is like kitten wonderland.
These boxes and shit.
Yeah, I grabbed an empty Coke Zero box out of the pantry because Dan never throws anything up. Anyway, and I just the top part's torn open where she just grabs all the cans to put in the fridge anyway. So I just turned it around and pulled down the bottom flat on the other side of it, and the fucking cat loves it. Climbs in and out of it, chewing on it.
Alright, got Brisbane time back. So this one here this gives you controls over your CPU from Windows and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it has an auto overclock function.
So that's not a BIOS thing.
It's kind of like BIOS in Windows,
Okay, I've
simplified.
Never heard of that. Is there a desktop shortcut for that?
Yeah. So this is called
this
is AMD Ryzen Master.
Okay.
And so there is an advanced view that'll go right into it, or you could just use the simple settings here. You can do an auto OC
I'll just
or a
smash it
manual.
out, mate. No, I won't do a manual.
So you could have a play with that. Manual's good because if you were doing a lot of video editing and stuff like
manual,
that.
Mate, it'll catch on fire.
Yeah, no. It's good. If you go too high, it shows up red.
Okay, well that's
and
all
it will
right.
tell
I
you.
do want to download the videos I've taken on my drones.
Yep.
And
Well, I mean, honestly, like
well.
let's we're at default mode at the moment. So let's get Cinebench and let's see how good your video rendering looks. I reckon it's going to be sweet.
Justin says, "Hey mate, smash it. I'll send you a DM on some specs I want to run an Ultra."
Hey, awesome, man. Good. I'll wait to see that.
Oh crap, are we live again?
Yeah, we've been live for ages.
Oh shit! Make a comment. My wife might have seen that. How about the computer cost?
You can go on for 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, but you can take 14 minutes of that away picking you up. No, she won't be watching my stream now because she's at the hospital. My son's hurt his foot, and the doctor said he doesn't have an X-ray, so she just sent me a message just now saying Zach's an X-ray now.
Alrighty. Let's watch it make a mockery of Cinebench.
Okay. Oh, hang on, I'll just push the overclock button. And it's already on, by the looks of it.
What's that? Oh, on the graphics card?
Yeah.
Oh, graphics card won't help you here. This is all CPU. Each one of those little boxes is like a thread, is one of the threads.
Okay.
So you got 24 threads here. So it's basically drawing this picture in a very difficult, energy-intensive way. And this picture is also
You got the 50 girl. I'm one of you.
the picture it's rendering. Like each one of these boxes is like many times bigger than 4K.
Oh, okay.
So what you're seeing here is a very compressed view of what it's actually rendering.
Alright, fair enough.
So that's what each of the boxes are doing. So it's breaking down this massive picture that it's got to draw into the 24
and the fans
threads.
haven't hit high speed yet on the video card.
No, let's have a look at. Oh, not on the video card. No. Let's just see how our temperatures are looking.
I like that case. That's really cool.
It is. It's a nice case. I waited a while, tried to make sure I got the right case. Look at him running extra things while running Cinebench to get me a lower score.
Oh, I'm not looking
And
at
when
it.
I leave, I go, there you go, baby, you win.
Yeah, so without any overclock settings, it's sitting there quite nicely at 70 degrees
Yep,
while it's running
I'm happy with
Cinebench. That's no issues. And this is going to be, I mean, straight out of the box, it's awesome. You could make it go a little bit faster, but it'll get really hot.
No, I don't want to wear it out just yet.
I think it's
No, you'll get
I'll
many.
overclock it before I give it to my son 5 years from now.
Yeah, yeah.
So my son pretty much took over my old PC. I go wait for him to get off before I can use it.
Yeah, yeah,
No, I'm over that. I'm going to
Yeah.
build a new PC.
yeah.
You have
So-
the better one.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. And Zach wants this.
Yep.
Alright, those boxes have been sitting there, alright, for months, and then
Just buying them off.
and yeah, when my video card turned up, right, he was like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!" And he's trying to tear it up. I said, "No," I said, "Leave it." I go, "But Dad, no, there's no point opening it up. It's no good to me until I have all the parts I need."
Yeah.
And him, in a 14-year-old brain, just couldn't comprehend
Yeah.
why I got something that he can't. You know, you need to open it, Dad.
That's
No,
it.
no, I don't.
No.
Right. So we opened it up here, right, and we didn't think it had gloves. And I remember when I watched the video on LTT, he had gloves. And Ryan says again, and it comes with freaking gloves, right, which he put on.
We were like, no, we were,
Gloves on, Tim?
yeah.
Yeah,
We were like, I wonder if that's just a special Linus edition, because you know how sometimes
They'll
companies
just do
do that, yeah. Just because he's like the biggest tech vlogger that there is.
Special things.
anyway, we opened it up and it didn't have any gloves. We thought it didn't have any gloves. Alright, and then we pulled the phone down and we went, why does it have a CD-ROM? Who the hell gives out drivers on a CD-ROM these days? Alright, and then I'm thinking, oh my god, it can't be that crappy. Please don't be that crappy. And then Tim grabs it, pulls it out. No, we pulled it out and went, no, there's no CD-ROM in there. Opened it up and yeah, it was the gloves.
Yeah. Gloves in a little CD size.
Make gloves and then
Yeah, it looks pretty on that screen. What monitor is that?
This is a 4K Asus monitor, just a 60 hertz, so it's not a gaming monitor.
What, I want a game and have good gaming experience. What hertz do you reckon I need? 165?
144 is fine.
Right?
this one's
Okay.
100.
Even if you can find a 4K 120 hertz monitor, that's fine as well. Yeah. I mean, most people won't be able to tell the difference between 120 and 144 and 165.
Zach probably would, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, you just if you sat there and like started seeing the results, you would be able to teach yourself to recognize the subtle difference. But it's like the difference between like 60 hertz and 144 hertz or 120 hertz, that's noticeable. Like even without much
That
training
looks pretty
people.
smooth.
Yeah, this will be. I mean, this is running the opening scene compared to the 1060 that I built last night. Ran the same thing. It was getting 106 frames a second for the opening scene. This was getting 409 frames a second. Yeah,
Alright.
sitting there at 455.
I'm going to tell my son to hit over 500 frames, alright?
Yeah,
And he's just going to die.
yeah,
Because he's running at 1060
yeah.
on a Ryzen 5. Playing his, was it Rainbow Six Siege?
Yep.
And he's been getting into Rust lately.
Rust, yep.
He likes running around naked. He thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, it's all about Fortnite. Yeah, I mean this is running sweet.
dropped to 60.
No, that's
I bought it for a friend of mine, and their kid doesn't play Fortnite. So I'm playing Fortnite.
What is it?
Yeah.
I love that. Thank you very much. That's amazing.
There you go.
I'll finish with the money.
I don't think it's gotten below about 144 frames a second the whole time we've been doing this.
Oh, I've got down to 400.
No, 144.
Oh.
I don't think it's gotten below that.
No.
I saw it dip down to 153 just with, like at the start of a scene. So this is the bit that it always loves. Let's see how smooth it goes. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That's pretty good though. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that viewers, that was pretty good.
Yeah. If you know this benchmark well, you'll know the little bit of a pause that you can get when you're rotating around there and that texture comes up nice and close.
That's nice.
And we'll make a mockery of pretty much anything we can do to it. I mean, we can even like,
So I can just install my Microsoft Flight Sim now.
yeah, mate. Have fun. Like Flight Sim works a dream on a 3080. I mean, even if we go something like,
Is that my phone?
Yeah, that's all.
we could do something like an 8K benchmark.
I don't have 8K.
No, but it's just for.
You're just going to push it now, aren't you?
Oh, it's just a. I normally don't run the 8K benchmark on this because normally I don't have a 3080, and normally by this stage I'm pretty tired because it's usually later at night.
Yeah, actually, I did think this was an early time for
Yeah.
a stream.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had a few mates going, oh no, I'll be at work still.
yeah,
Oh well, sucks to be you.
yeah. So even 8K.
Jesus Christ.
What?
I just opened Pokemon Go and there's like 50 million bucks around.
Oh.
Follow me everywhere. Me and my wife got right into Pokemon Go.
Oh, really?
So bad, we'll drive around everywhere.
Yeah,
Someone
yeah.
would be going, oh, I found a such and such, and we'd say, all of a sudden we drive around near lakes because you get some water Pokemon in the water.
Yeah.
And it was just crazy.
Yeah.
There are people walking around with their phones like this. I would, because back then, when we were doing it, they didn't have that thing that cuts out when you're driving.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, so I'd be driving, she'd be out the window just holding the car over to like 10.
Yeah. We used to do that in Ipswich. We used to live at Woodend and we'd just go down to River Hart. Yeah. Oh, I probably walked past you then. Yeah, no, I used to do that as well. I used to pull up in the parking lane, and then I'd drive up to each pokey stop, and I'd put the car in park, handbrake on, so the cop sees me. Nothing, can't pull me over for doing this. It's technically not what they like to see, but I'm not taking over with my indicator on, in a parking spot with the handbrake on, and the car in neutral.
I work for the police almost all night now.
Yeah.
And some of them are pretty casual like that, but some of them,
Yeah.
like,
We know.
I've had some
Ipswich.
They say they don't have quotas. Technically they don't, but what they do have is interstation. Right? Or even in their own station,
Yeah.
right? They have their own little competitions over which squad car, right, is going to get
Yeah.
the most infractions for this, the
Yep.
most infractions
Yep.
for that.
Yep.
Right? And I'm like, really? And
It's-
they're laughing, drinking the coffee, talking to them, but I do
It's
know.
just it's just like any competitive workplace environment where there's groups of people and they're like, yeah, we're gonna beat these guys.
It's like working in supermarkets, with other deli departments and stuff. You're going to do this better than you or something.
So even at 8K, 56.5 frames a second maximum, average 48 frames a second.
I have no idea what that means. Is that good for 8K?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Yeah, so to put it in perspective, a 3090 will get about 70 frames a second in 8K, and that's where the 3090 shines the most. If we go back to 4K, you want to see the difference between 8K and 4K. The 3080 shines brightest at 4K.
So I want to do 4K.
Yeah.
I want to be able to do 4K gaming,
Yep.
4K movies.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've got a really, really good internet connection.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'd look for your 100 and look 4K. Look where you get 120. Look for your 120 hertz 4K monitor, mate.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'd be looking at, because for the sorts of games that you play, frame rate's not that important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want it to be smooth and all that, but it's not like in playing a game like Fortnite, online multiplayer first-person shooters. If you don't have, if your frame rate's low, you can be in a situation where you step out from behind a building and you get shot by a guy who you haven't even seen yet. Yeah. So So that's why all the kids are big on frames per second and shit like that. But if you're playing real-time strategy, Sims,
I will do a lot of FPS. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
I prefer RTS.
Yeah, if you play mainly RTS, you're more of a casual FPS gamer.
Yeah.
120 Hz is going to be fine. I mean, it sounds like you primarily want the 4K stuff, so you gotta think about what you want to prioritize when it comes to a monitor. Do I want maximum frames a second? So if you wanted that, maybe I'd go, just get a 1440 165 hertz and you get 30% more hertz. But then it's like you don't get the 4K. If you wanted 4K,
I'm not going 4K.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be 4K.
Yeah, it is.
So
That is.
I built this system, right?
Yeah.
To kind of future-proof myself. So I need something that's going to be able to run things for a few years.
Oh yeah, this will be sweet for the next 5 or 6 years, eh? We ain't. Yeah, there's not that much.
I don't want to buy any budget parts that buy someone's old 1080 Ti and go, it's still a good card. It is still.
Yeah, it's still a good card. Yeah.
Right. But 2-3 years from now, right, that'll be the minimum spec for someone's game, for a new game. Oh yeah, you'll need a minimum of this, and I'll be like, don't want to.
But I mean, I've been building computers like all my life, and it's only recently where I've been like, new computers are worth it. It's always been a case of I'm like, new computers aren't worth it. Parts only buy the parts that are like on their way out and on clearance, the older models, because if not, I'm like, you're just going to spend $4,000 and then 6 months it'll be like nearly obsolete.
That's it, you gotta be careful.
But these days it's good. We've come up to that point.
I won't lie, I got a little ahead of myself because I did know, right?
Yep.
This is the last run of AM4 sockets.
Yep.
Right, and I'm like, should I do it now, or should I hold out? Right, and wait until the new version comes out.
No, because think about this, because they'll release the new socket and chipset, and then that first generation
will be problematic.
They'll have issues with it, and it'll be the first board that they stop supporting once they move on to a more refined one.
Yep.
It's like we had an issue. I had an issue with RAM compatibility on an Intel system the other night. That's this one, that white one that's there.
Down there, yeah.
So I don't think I've ever really had a RAM compatibility issue with Intel for like 10 years since I've seen that. They've just always worked, but it was a Z370 chipset board. And not only is the 300 series chipset in Intel obsolete now anyway, they've gone on to the 400s. But the 3070 got superseded by the 3090 within that generation, and then that generation's been moved on from. So what have they stopped supporting, or the RAM manufacturer? What have they stopped testing their modules on? The 370. Why test it on the Z370 and the Z390? You just test it on a Z390 and assume that it's the same?
Yeah.
Well, it's not the same. Not with that particular brand of RAM. And what was funny is I used another module, almost exactly the same, from the same manufacturer, just slightly different timings and all that. Worked fine. So it wasn't even like, oh, this brand doesn't work with it. It was these particular sticks were not tuned with that BIOS. I even did a BIOS update. It didn't change the situation.
Okay.
So I had to. So I had RAM available. Oh, you could have picked it up today if it worked, but I had to order him some new memory. So we got some more Corsair modules to go into it, because that was what was working in it originally. And
of course they make
the funny thing though, what we found out, we got it. His graphics card was in the wrong slot. It was in the bottom. It was in the bottom PCIe slot, and we were like, what's going on here? And oh mate, he didn't really know too much about computers, and he's like, oh, my ex-girlfriend built it for me. And him and his friends are watching it, and as soon as I mentioned, oh, that's in the wrong slot, you only get half your bandwidth from being plugged in there.
That was her being
they were like, man, she did that, she's tried to screw you.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I've had blue screen issues with this PC ever since I got it. I thought it was just normal. And now he had a failing RAM stick. It was completely failed by the time I tried to turn it on. So that was why his blue screen issues were getting worse. But I think part of it was his graphics card was plugged in the wrong slot, and it was trying to use all 16, and then it was causing critical error, and then Windows was going, oh, critical error, blue screen.
Blue screen.
Yeah. Yep. So that's it. Well, that's.
There you go, folks.
That's pretty much it. We've solved all the problems here. I mean, I could do a full stress test on it, but I'm pretty sure Don wants to get home to his family at this stage.
Yeah.
And I mean, realistically, I'm not seeing too many issues with it anyway in terms of how it's tuned up. The 5900X will run pretty cool stock. You push it over to overclock and then bang it on all threads. It will get a bit warm, but that's the same with any CPU. When we were running Cinebench just quickly then, I noticed that it had a peak of about 72 degrees after a couple of minutes. So realistically, if I closed up the case and did all that, it'd probably get to 83, 84 after 90 minutes. Not really a big deal. And anyway, we don't have the 3 fans in the top.
Yet.
So even if it did get a little warm, it would just be like, but how much of a difference will it make having those 3 fans on the top? So, I mean, you've seen how I do it. So once you do get the other fans in, if you're curious to see how it would run.
I know, I can see where there's 3 Corsair fans right now. I tried to scare them off you earlier, but you said...
He goes, I see 3 RGB fans. Nah, sweet as. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of the yeah. And yeah, it's good we're not seeing those issues with the CPU-Z. It was good, when was it, the other night? It was yesterday. We were doing Clinton's PC and we installed a i9 10900KF, and I just did I always do a quick check on Cinebench, and it just tells me, is the CPU running the way I would expect it to be? And I hit bench, and it was about 50% under its multi-core performance, and about roughly the same single thread as well. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, this is not right, this is not right. And I was saying to people, I'm like, but the thing is, this isn't right, but everything's installed, sweet. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you didn't realise what those values should be, you'd be like, yep, all
Done.
sweet, yep, that's all working, yep. You'd think it was fine. It wasn't. It was doing everything. The games were opening up, but you would have been leaving a shitload of performance on the table. And it was just it was a combination of some BIOS settings in the background, and then just going into XTU, which is kind of like this Ryzen Master app, and just telling it to ignore the turbo boost time limits and stuff like that, which. Yeah, they do that just so you don't have like some shitty ass cooler on it and it just turbos for like 10 minutes and burns itself. So, but if you put a big liquid cooler on it or a decent air cooler on it, it can boost for as long as it needs to boost for. It's going to be fine. But yeah.
Thank you for everything.
No worries, man. Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah.
I had this horror thing last night where I was sitting out the back having a smoke and a coffee thinking, I can go over to Tim's tomorrow. I'm going to pull it and either the CPU's not going to work or the video card's not going to work.
Dead RAM.
Yeah,
something will go wrong.
There's so many different components in there. I'm happy because they've been sitting around for, most of them except for the CPU, have been sitting around for 5 months.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, it did get really hot in the house only at the time. No, it's all good.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
Yeah,
nothing like that would hurt it.
About it,
Oh shit.
Now we just got
Just tidy up some of these cables.
You just need to start. You look like dreadlocks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It gets. And like I said, this was just with this is just with a few kind of cables here. This could be way worse. Yeah, like those Liam Lee cases. Like I got a guy talking to me at the moment. He's got one, and he's got a couple of RGB fans out, and so he's got a big nice chain of 12 RGB devices. So you think having like 4 out here is bad?
I was this close. Have you seen the Big Chunkers case? It's called the Big Chunkers.
Big Chungus.
Yeah. If you get a chance, type in Big Chungus case.
Is that one with like eight fans?
B-O-G.
Sorry?
Big Chungus case. Yeah, C-H-U-N-G-U-S, I think it is. Big Chungus case. There.
Oh, that one.
That's it, right there.
Yeah.
I almost bought this case.
Ah, yes.
That's pretty cool.
I thought it was a little too ostentatious because I'm building an office in my house. I'm lucky that I've got a large house, right? And now we're not. Okay, for some reason I don't actually to this day. I don't know why. We ended up having like a formal dining room as well as a normal dining room, and I'm like, open plan the house. So we're putting in 2 walls, right, to enclose it. And putting a barn door on because I want a barn door. Right. And that's going to be my office space, and then Dan's going to take over the existing office area. So she'll have that area, and then I'll have my own personal space with the door I can close and lock and put my own shit up on my own walls. And sit around here in a Dell all day. Right.
Easy peasy.
Oh, did we put that other filter in the front?
No. No, we'll get that.
And Tim stole my fan. He hid it in the corner. I couldn't keep it. Yeah, he wanted.
But I did give
wanted,
you. I think I gave you three others. So.
Yeah. $2 probably. No RGB. No. You should see. No, you should see the fins on it though. It's freaking. Like there's 6 million of them on there, wasn't it, Tim?
No, it's not. It's not that there's 6 million on it. Have a look at this. Look like.
For girls.
Look at that.
That's actually.
It's very.
See, she says it's pretty.
Yeah,
That's why I was like, that's weird.
Would, you know what? I would trade you for your crappy old run-of-the-mill Corsair fans.
Looks like a daisy or something.
Yeah, it does. Definitely looks like a flower. Yeah.
It really does. Oh dear.
That's no good to us now.
Okay, so
Did you give me a thingy?
I gave you 3.
I will give you this as a present.
I
I mean, it's not mine, so that's why I'm generous.
No, that's all right because usually people want all RGB and stuff with their build, and there'll be like a random black fan on the back of their case.
Yeah.
And that black fan will make its way into my box of
As
fans.
you should. Just like any spare bolts that are not needed and things like that.
Yeah.
Because you never know when you're going to need them. How did you get... Yeah, down the bottom there.
The strip.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of
Where do I
the
buy that?
Corsair IQ strips. If you search somewhere like Umart or Scorptech or something, you should find it in the case category.
Yep.
It'll be with cases. You can get 250mm ones, which is the ones that Christine has. So she's got one at the bottom there and one behind that shroud where the power cables come out.
Yeah.
I really want to get another 3 to go around here.
He bought LED light strips and he stuck them on the back of his TV.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, why'd you do that? And he goes, come in my room, Dad. Right? And turned it on. And I'm like, oh my God, I want that in the lounge room now.
They've been thinking of doing that to Tim's desk.
Now he needs support.
Yes, he does.
Look at that. Yes. I was waiting for everything to fall down when I'm sitting over there.
No. Do you know why? Because this desk is put together with random bolts because we didn't have the correct pieces for this
they gave
desk.
us like these tent peg.
That's how my patrol's built.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I got a Nissan Patrol.
Yep.
Right, and I swear I've still got a bag of bolts somewhere when I did the engine swap.
Yeah, true.
Oh, jeez.
It starts first go and works. I can't complain.
Still goes.
So I'm in the wife's car tonight though.
So you want to put this one.
A little door that opens up. I hadn't even seen that before, eh?
What's that?
It's got a door on this case that you can open up, put your cables behind, and then you just close the door over the cables.
Yeah, check this out, babe. I'm around here.
Oh, is that what?
That we can stash all this tied down cable mess with all the RGB and fans.
Sweet.
And it's got an RGB controller in there as well.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
There you go, done.
So you can hide that, and then there'll be a little bit of cables down there, but there's always going to be cables down there.
It's a computer.
And then the
Has
only
cables.
other thing we haven't plugged in is the SATA cable, which I'm gonna.
It's going to open it up again now.
No, let's get this without opening
Okay.
it up.
It's not even come through.
Isn't it?
What's this?
A RGB
Oh, splitter.
splitter. Yeah, it's got a 5-volt one. Oh yeah, that's never gonna come through.
There you go. Now it is.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it goes.
Oh. Top.
Have you seen this?
Yes, it's so
This
fucking
thing
cute.
is insane! Look at the last page. Is it the last page? I'm sure it's the last.
Yeah, I showed him the look of the
Yeah.
dad drag, and he's just like, ha I can't wait to fuck around with this graphics card. Look at that look. He's just like, yeah.
That's awesome.
He's like, the kid might be excited to play Fortnite, but I'm excited to run benchmarks on this graphics card. Happy overclocking.
What can this be?
Yes.
PC gaming consoles been killing me.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
I don't mind console for some things. I mean, I can play Forza on console, doesn't bother me.
Yep.
It's car racing, you know. But some of my games that they have a console version of, it's just so watered down. You know, I said that 7 Days to Die game I played.
Yep,
You know, its console version is nothing like this.
What kind of game is it?
It's a zombie apocalypse game.
Oh,
Right, so you can die in a multitude of ways. You can freeze to death, overheat, food poisoning, not enough to drink. Right. And that's aside from the zombies that are trying to kill you, if you come across them. But every 7 days, they know where you are, no matter what. And so basically you've got 7 days to build your base, because it's a base building as well. So you can take over an existing point of interest or start from scratch and just make your own blocks and build your own base. Right. But you've got to know that you've got X amount of time and you've got to collect resources. Wood, all this other crap, alright. And then every 7 days, alright, at midnight the sky goes red and every zombie around just charges from all different directions. So you're up there, first days you're up there with a bow and arrow and a club, hoping they can't all climb up at you. And then later on, alright, I mean, you didn't have at the start. And but by then you've also made your own version of handgun. So, and you write the rocket launchers. You start off on foot, right? But you can build a push bike and then a mini bike and then a motorbike, and a four-wheel drive. And, right. And I like the ragdoll effect on PC. Right? None of that on console. They just fall over.
Yeah. Yeah, see, the console's just like, yeah, we can't dedicate that much power to that.
And on PC, you got a skill tree that opens up.
Yeah.
Console, you get like increase.
Yeah.
There's just too much data.
Yeah.
Those screws out. Otherwise, every time I want to do that, I mean, clean up the dust filter, I'm going to sit there, open up the back, undo screws.
Yeah.
So when I get home, once it's all done, I set it up.
You might even take them out.
I will. I'll take them out and I'll leave them out.
Yeah.
But right now, I've got to carry it and transport it around.
Yep. May as well put them back.
Yeah. They're bumping around in the car, yeah. Especially if you're trying to carry everything inside. I've got a box with a case. Then I've got another box with, what do they have in there? Power supply, the motherboard, RAM, stuff like that. Then I had another box on top of that box, which was my video card. And then I had another box on top of that box again, which was the water cooler. So I've got in the, what do you call it, the box. It's got those handles on it so you can hold. I get just reaching to get my chin over and walking up around the corner, you carrying this box. Just going, don't drop this shit, don't drop this shit. That's about how long it would take to get in. Because I live in Goodna.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. I just basically hopped on the motorway, Wenham Road exit, and here I was.
Yeah, it's really
Piece
easy.
of cake, yeah. And I turned up and I went, oh, a Siemens electronic gate system. I wonder if the default code works. The manufacturer's default code works. I'm here. 0303.
Because they don't tell us.
No, 0303. Am I still streaming? We're still streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, crap.
You didn't hear that?
Yeah, no, I have a... Sometimes you'll turn up at sites and an alarm's gone off and they've got a gate system. And they have their own person. But,
I don't know this.
they don't put them out, so I go, hey, what system is it? Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously I would never say, but I know all the alarm codes for all the Australia Post sites. I said to my wife as a joke, I said, well, you know what, I reckon it's on its way. I'm just going to go to the distribution centre and go, right, where's the section that comes to my area? Didn't like me at the start though.
Yeah, it was just a bit.
Yeah, he's a little bit weird with strangers. Sometimes he likes them, sometimes he doesn't.
No, we're on fine. Hey, you. See, look, got me in gear now.
Alrighty, so yeah, two sides with glass, but it's looking relatively neat and tidy back there, thanks to that panel. I was a little bit worried with